I haven't been part of a team since I was with the Four Peters.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
haven't been part of a team since I was with the Four Peters.
God, if there's not a fucking gamer remix to this episode, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Program to kill. I mean play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill, even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Don't have to terminate it to wait for you.
Good evening, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, all sizes, all colors, and all orientations. Welcome to the one, the only Alec Gunter stream. It is a special occasion today, folks. A very, very special. It's very special. Candace Owens, you're fired. I said, Candace, you're fired. That's right. I forgot to set my lights. Sorry. It's very ugly right now. I'll fix it real quick. Let's go, boys, girls, and MBs. One moment. You'll have to give me a minute to boot up mentally. I was tired not very long ago. Okay. That's what this opening segment is for, though, always. Just to warm up. There we go.
All humans will burn anyway.
True. Alrighty. You don't live in perpetual bisexual lighting. I do not. I do not. That is correct. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What a special day it is. Candace, Clandis, as we like to call her, on the Alec Gunter broadcast. Mostly Sharks at 300 calls her that. I just stole it. She's been fired. She's gone. Gone! From the Daily Wire. Oh, man. What a world, man. What a universe we live in. You know, a funny thing. I feel like that really, like, it's been happening for a minute here, but I feel like Candace Owens getting fired really exposes the cracks under the surface of, like, the conservative movement. Because you have people who want Israel to succeed. Because of whatever reason, whether it be like financial or imperialistic or religious. You know, there are people who want like Jews back in Israel so that the rapture can happen. And then you have people like Candace who hate Jews so much that they'd forsake Israel. It's awesome. They lost their taken. It really is something. But yeah, today, I didn't do, like, much today. I mostly just cleaned. Mike Gallagher's leaving Congress. I did not see that. But we're not going to be going over that today. Thank you, though. I only found out that Candace was fired because of a lovely commenter earlier today. Otherwise, I was just going to, like, you know, shoot the shit and hope for the best. But instead, I spent hours putting together a fucking segment. Hours. Like an hour and a half to 2 hours, if we're being honest. Why did this not keep going? Play the next one. Fine, I'll pick one. There we go. I spent hours making this fucking segment, man. It's not gonna be just about Candace Owens either. Like I said, there's a lot of conservatives who are like turning on Israel. It's interesting. We definitely live in interesting times, if nothing else. But yeah, that's what I spent my time doing today. Oh yeah, I also have to get more traps for the cats outside. So, like, I'm trying so hard to catch the one girl out there, but I caught her once, and I was never able to catch her again. And I have to catch her again because I caught her once, and I brought her to the clinic to get spayed. And there's a bunch of strays outside my house, just for context, like a bunch of stray cats. So I'm trying to catch them and get them neutered and spayed. And the one that I caught, I brought her in on the wrong day. The wrong day. I have not tried a repeat ball yet. I'll give it a shot. And so I had to release her, and ever since, she has not even come close to getting into the traps. Not even close. She refuses. It doesn't matter if she's starving, if there's food in there, it doesn't matter. She will not go in. Period, end of story. But all the other cats, like, will go in repeatedly. So I don't know what the deal is. Guess who's staffing a furry con next month? Nice. Very nice. That's pretty cool. Furry cons seem like they'd either be really fun or really weird. Or both. Possibly both. Didn't she stake her career about French minister's wife? She did. She did, didn't she? That's a good point. The roosters really, or the chickens really came home to roost early. All right. Before we get started, I really want to make sure I got my sound quality working well. And people always say that it sounds good, but then it ends up not sounding good. So instead of trusting you, I am going to test it for myself. So give me a second. Testing, 1, 2, 3. This is an audio test, 1, 2, 3. Mix tracks. Okay, I think it's fine. Let me try this. I think I'll turn up the noise gate just a little bit more. Try that. I think that's fine. I wonder how much relevance Candace will lose. I don't know. Make no mistake, she did have some relevance, guys. Okay, people listen to Candace Owens. As they do pretty much any black conservative that will say what they want. She'll have a show on Twitter with Elon Musk by the end of the month. Was she fired for being black? She was fired for being anti-Semitic. And also, like, anti-Israel. More likely than not, just anti-Israel. But also, you have to remember that the Daily Wire was started by Ben Shapiro. Is Jeremy Boring Jewish? I know it was started by those two, but I don't know if Jeremy Boring is Jewish. But Ben Shapiro is. So if you're anti-Semitic, it's a big no-no there. Okay? He is many things, but he is not anti-Semitic. Ben Shapiro. At least not overtly so. He kind of is in terms of, like, abortion rights. You could consider that anti-Semitism a little bit, but I don't think that it comes from an anti-Semitic place. People who are anti-abortion usually are coming from a misogynist place, not anti-Semitic. Boring's a Christian? Okay, cool. I thought so, I thought so. Wasn't sure, but you know. But yeah, people who are on her side are gonna blame the fact that she's black, when really it's just anti-Semitism. Which we're gonna go over. I have no shortage of anti-Semitic shit that she's done. Hold up. And it's really just like the highlights. I love YouTube poop music videos. They're great. Did you watch the Some More News thing on Lady Ballers? I did not, I'm sorry. I'm very bad at watching things that people send me, and I'm very good at sending things to people to watch. That's just how it is. That's how I roll, baby. Ugh. Such a weird song. Or a collaboration, I suppose. Cody is great. They stole my bit. Oh, what, Lady Ballers? Eh, it's fine. They can have it. We're kind of done with Lady Ballers. I feel like we've moved on. I have like 4 different videos going up about Gamergate though, which I feel like is kind of a waste now because nobody's talking about it now. At least it doesn't feel like it. Whatever, we'll see. I really thought that the one I uploaded today would get more views, but alas. What I wasn't expecting to get views, which this is crazy. The one that I did about Michael Knowles getting owned got a ton of views. It's at 8.8K right now. What's her name again? Demigloom. Yeah, Demigloom owning him. Which sucks. What sucks about it is that as soon as I put the thumbnail... Here, let me show you guys the thumbnail. So here's the thumbnail. Right here. Tell us about your panties. And as soon as I put that thumbnail, I didn't realize that that would trigger the censor. And so it's on limited monetization right now, which fucking sucks. I hate that shit so much. I hate it. I hate it. Why? Why, YouTube? Why must you be mean to me? That's why you should give me your money. By the way. Knowles is really good for the algorithm. I did not think that that would be the case. He is such a fucking miserable husk of a person that I did not think he would be good for the algorithm, but here we are. I hate it so much. Alright, you guys want to get started? Let's just jump right into it. I'm going to do my best. Like I said, I'm feeling a little bit off today. I don't know quite what it is. Like, I want to do this, right? I want to stream for you guys and for myself. I have a little notepad that I put together all the tabs so that hopefully that'll help me. But I'm going to do my best. I got this. I got this. Hello, NBFL. I know that you guys have my back. I've kind of accepted lately that, like, I'm going to fuck up sometimes, you know? I know that seems obvious, but I'm very averse to, like, looking at myself fucking up or thinking that I'm going to. It's really bad. But, I'm getting better about it. Anyway, enough of the diatribe. Candace Owens has been fired. Fired from the Daily Wire. Can you believe that? So nice that it rhymes, actually. Donald Trump went up to her and said, Candace Owens, you're fired. You're fired. It's amazing. I never thought I'd see the day, honestly. Like, they've been feuding for quite a while now, and we're going to get into that. But, yeah, it's, you know, Ben Shapiro decided that he's had enough. Jeremy Boring decided that he's had enough. And they said, later, Candace. Smell you later. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. So, yeah, that's cool. She's just gone now. She's just gone from the Daily Wire. She's going to be doing her own shit, of course, and we're going to get into that a little bit. But, I don't know. Let's just get right into it. So, I want to start off with a little bit of a history. So, Candace Owens was first hired in 2017 by the Daily Wire, right? And ever since then, she's been doing all manner of things. She's been doing a little bit of racism here, a little bit of transphobia there, a little bit of homophobia, you know, just running the gamut. And so, I want to start off with her most famous clip, right? We're going to get into a bunch of anti-Semitic things that she's done, just to give you guys a taste. And here's a famous clip of hers that I believe went viral, of her defending Hitler. Let's take a look.
I don't know Miss Owens. I'm not.
Hold on, I got to make sure I boost this fucking audio, because people are complaining nonstop about my audio being bad. So, fuck it.
I don't know Miss Owens. I'm not going to characterize her. I'm going to let her own words do the talking. So I'm going to play for you the first 30 seconds of a statement she made about Adolf Hitler.
I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned
Look at her get,
by
she's so mad.
elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German.
Look at the fucking fear in her eyes, dude. She knows that she's cooked.
Everybody to be speaking German.
So when people try to
Okay, let's
legitimize Adolf Hitler, does that feed into white nationalist ideology?
It does, Mr. Liu. I know that Ms. Owens distanced herself from those comments later, but we expressed great concern over the original comments.
I also expressed great concern. Her career should have ended then and there, in my opinion. But alas, we're with what we're with. But it's basically, it's over with the Daily Wire now, at least. So that's one step in the process. So moving on. The next part of this, now we're skipping over a lot, to be fair, but the most, I think the most contentious that she and Ben Shapiro have been after that point is starting with Kanye West, aka Ye West. You know, that's his new name. So I'll be referring to him as, I'll just say Kanye. It's just easier. So Kanye West's anti-Semitic tweet. If you are an honest person, So Jason S. Campbell tweeted this, and this is the tweet in question. I'm a bit sleepy tonight. This is from Ye. But when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda. Now, I think anybody with 2 brain cells would look at this and understand the, it's a little anti-Semitic, I think, right? I think we can all agree on that, right? Just a little bit, maybe. But not Candace. Let's see what she had to say about it.
That was the tweet. And people subsequently demanded that the tweet be taken down for anti-Semitism. Now, if you are an honest person, you did not think this tweet was anti-Semitic. You did not think that he wrote this tweet because he hates or wants to genocide Jewish people. This does not represent the beginning of the Holocaust. That's if you're an honest person, you'll meet that. You will. If
you're an honest person, of course, yes. Like Candace Owens, sorry, right, over here. If you're an honest person, obviously, that's not anti-Semitic at all. And of course, he did not go on to defend Hitler and the Jews, the Nazis in the Holocaust, right? He didn't do any of that, of course. Oh wait, yes he did. Oops. Oopsie doopsie. Let's see what Ben Shapiro had to say about Ye. I guess I'm referring to him as Ye. I'll be interchanging it, whatever.
Been watching for the past few weeks is the obvious mental breakdown of one of the most famous people on earth, Kanye West, who now wishes to be known as Ye. What we've been watching here is obviously a manic episode from a person who has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I've been saying this since the very beginning. Several things can be true at once. Wrong. One, Ye West, Kanye West, he is a Jew hater. Pretty obviously, there is no way to avoid that conclusion.
Oops.
The stuff that he's been ranting and raving over the past several weeks demonstrates that he doesn't just hate specific Jews, he hates the Jews. The Jews are the problem.
He's not wrong. Gotta give it to my boy Ben here. He's correct. Yeah, I would say that that's pretty obvious. That's a L for Candace. So score 1 for Ben, if we're keeping score. All right, let's move on. So, after the whole... Now, actually, I don't remember them fighting too much about this interpersonally, but I do remember there was some contention. There was, some contention. You could start to see the sparks of a fight going on, right? He doesn't respect trans people's new names, so why should we respect his millionth narcissistic name change? It doesn't matter to me. I don't really give a shit. If if you call him Kanye, that's what he's known as. You say Kanye, there's only one Kanye that you know. So for him to change the name is just really stupid. So anyway, we're moving on. So this is the next part of this. So October 7th happened, right? And October 7th of 2023 was the day that Hamas did a terror attack on Israel. It was during, I believe, a concert, and they killed people, and it was bad. It was really bad. They killed civilians. That's a bad thing to do. We condemn that, right? It's bad. And we can go into how that happened and how that came about and how Israel basically created Hamas and all that. But we're going to leave that all aside for now. What Hamas did in that instance was bad, correct? Okay. So Candace Owens appears to agree. And this was her response, essentially, to, I want to say something that the Daily Wire said or Ben Shapiro said about Israel's response to Hamas did? Because Israel's response was way overblown, way overblown. And I just said Candace agrees. Sorry. What I meant was Ben Shapiro agrees. I apologize. I said earlier in the stream that my gears are still starting up, so I apologize. Ben Shapiro agrees that what Hamas did was bad, but he agrees to the extent that what Israel did in response was proportional and fine, which was to completely decimate the Gaza Strip. So Candace Owens came out against Ben Shapiro saying that and said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they..." Now, she didn't do it specifically because she's spineless. "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye..." Oh, there, see, she's still doing it. "Are ye, when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money." So basically what she's saying is, in her own way, that what Israel is doing is bad. Now, I think that this is spurred on by her anti-Semitism more than her care or whatever about Palestine. I don't think she gives a single shit about Palestine or their plight. But she hates the Jews so much that she just can't help herself and has to rail against Israel, right? And there are a couple others, too, that are like that, and we'll get to them later. You saw Don Levin and Elon Musk interview? I did not, no. Hate to interrupt you, but Dave is asking if he's still coming on tonight. Yes, he is, yes. At 8 o'clock, yes. So, Ben Shapiro responded to that, saying, "Candace, if you feel that taking money for the Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, by all means, quit." Because he knew what she meant, right? So he said, "No, you can't do that. Actually, we're a pro-Israel company here, and you cannot come out and say that." So those two have been in a spat ever since then, essentially. Now, they've taken breaks here and there to do some transphobia, like I said earlier, but, they just haven't been on good terms. Not since the Ye thing, probably, but definitely since the Gaza Strip thing. October 7th is what I meant. All right, so moving on. Now, this is an article detailing how exactly, like a couple of the events that we're going to go over here. So I wanted to pull it up and use it kind of as a guide. It is from the New York Post, which, doesn't always have the best articles, but whatever. We're going to use it as a guide because it does have some truth in here. All right, so Daily Wire chief Jeremy Boring shared to X on Friday that the Conservatives news site has parted ways with the controversial political presenter Candace Owens. We're going to go over that later. In the aftermath of Hamas's October 7th attack, Owens has emerged as an outspoken critic of Israel, most recently liking a post on X about a centuries-old conspiracy theory that says rabbis drink the blood of Christians, Mediaite earlier reported. And we're going to go over that in a second as well. Sorry I keep saying that. I promise we're going to get to all of this. But first, what is this one again? Oh yeah, I want to go over her comment about the Jewish clique in Israel. Yeah, like a small ring of people in Hollywood, or not in Israel, sorry, in Hollywood, using the fact that they are Jewish to shield themselves from any criticism. And I pulled up a Majority Report video because it's the only one that I could find that had an easily accessible source for this. So let's go ahead and take a look at what she said here.
What if that is what is happening right now in Hollywood, if there is just a very small ring of specific people who are using the fact that they are Jewish to shield themselves from any criticism? It's food for thought, right? And I think, again, there have been enough people that are speaking out about a ring in Hollywood, also a ring potentially in DC, that we should start to ask those questions. All of us, Black, Spanish,
I love Majority Report.
Jewish, Chinese, Japanese, all
totally.
Americans
so
should want answers because this
anti-Semitism
appears to be something that is quite sinister. Wow.
Something sinister. It's a group of people, and the only thing that she can come up with is that they happen to be Jewish. How can we assess
who's to say how that came about?
Who this group of people are? All we know is that they happen to be Jewish.
All of them. Every single one of them, in fact. They're just all Jewish, you know? They got their little Jewish clique going on, right? All right, what's the next tab I got here? 1 second. Yes. The next thing that the article mentions, where's it at? Oh yeah, Owens doubled down on the stance with a follow-up to the post to X earlier this month, where she wrote, "Awaken world." Here, let's go straight to the tweet, shall we? "Awaken world to the monsters who have caused immense suffering to others via slander, threats, and coercion. Rabbi Shmuley is one of these monsters, and any person who defends him or his hag daughter is immediately suspicious." Oof. Now, I don't know very much about Rabbi Shmuley, but I do know that he is, in fact, a rabbi. And I think that this guy came out against what Candace Owens said there. So those two are in a little bit of a scuffle. But like I said, I don't know a whole lot about him, but he'll be important here in a second. So in response, in a second would be now, Rabbi Shmuley said that Candace Owens has an army of anti-Semites who are creating a deep fake of me, sounding like a racist Bull Connor. Now, I don't know anything about that deepfake, but what's important here is this next part, which the article mentions. She liked a tweet. Where is it at? Here it is. Boteach received a slew of replies mocking him for his post, including one from user Christ Gnosis that reads, "It says February 20th, Rabbi. Are you drunk on Christian blood again?" Eesh. Big yikes there. What's going on with that? Now, what could this tweet be? Well, in case you don't know, this idea that Jews drink Christian blood is a pretty old myth that is rooted heavily in anti-Semitism, if you couldn't tell. It's just like, the caricature of like the evil Jew doing evil Jewish things like hypnotizing people and shit. All kinds of things that we just take for granted today. Like hypnotism, and even like witches, I think, have roots in anti-Semitism, although I could be wrong about that part. But goblins definitely do. This is like as old as anti-Semitism is. Like, this is really ancient anti-Semitism, for what I understand, is that they drink Christian blood. Now, why is this tweet important? Well, as it turns out, you can also find the tweet in this list of tweets. Now, here it is right here. What is this list of tweets, you might ask? Well, my friends, this is Candace Owens' like list. Yes, you can find this tweet in her list of likes. Isn't that interesting? Oh, what's that doing there, Candace? Huh? Interesting that. I don't know. It's just interesting, right? I just find that incredibly interesting. It's the original blood libel conspiracy. Yeah, exactly. I don't know too much about it, but I know enough. Christians drink the blood of Jesus, was a Jew. That is true, actually. The reverse is actually the case. See, it's all just projection, right? It's all projection. All right. What do I got next? Liked post. Okay, so we're done with that article. All right, next, I just want to pull up some recent things that... It's two recent clips from a Candace Owens discussion that she had with a rabbi. I don't know who this rabbi is. I don't know how important he is. But I just found these two clips incredibly interesting as well, and also kind of funny. The rabbi says, "Was October 7th uniquely evil?" And Candace Owens' response to that is quite interesting. Let's take a look. Lots of interesting things today.
Question.
I'm honestly, you asked it. I'm ready to answer it. I think it was evil, and if you feel it's uniquely, we've bombed a million Iraqi civilians. You're talking about just like if you're weighing against civilian costs. And again, I think how you said about when you read you watch the Passion of the Christ, and you have your eyes when you watch it, and I have my Christian eyes. Very difficult for me to say when the greatest Holocaust that ever happened was against Christians, and what the Bolsheviks did to us, drowning us in barges. I cannot discount the things that have happened to Christians. We are actually the most persecuted religion in the world.
Of course. Of course, yes. The real Holocaust was actually against the Christians, and whatever the fuck she said about that, right? I don't know anything about that event, but I'm sorry. The Holocaust was pretty fucking bad. Like, it would take a lot to top that, okay? So I think she's bullshitting me, personally. Yes, I'm in Ohio, not New York, but yeah, you can call it a New York accent if you want. I love how the Jewish people have loopholes to their own super serious religious rules. Well, so do Christians. I mean, the Christians are technically supposed to follow the Old Testament, which is basically just the Torah. So Christians also just like, they also have a ton of loopholes. So does every religion. Every religion is bullshit, sorry. Like by that I mean like every religion has their loopholes. But anyway. So yeah, that's Candace Owens saying that actually the Christians have always and forever had it worse than the Jews. Somehow, I guess, right? Famously, as it were. All right, next clip we have. Now, I don't know how relevant this is to this segment, but I wanted to show you guys anyway because I just find it incredibly funny. Let's take a look.
Everything I'm saying about him, like, if this is holy, like, selling butt plugs with your daughter, I don't know. Maybe you're right. I think it's gross.
I don't know the truth of that. But regardless, that is a wild thing to say. An absolutely wild thing to say to a man of faith, okay? Or supposedly a man of faith. I'm not sure. If I had to guess, he's, probably like, what's the word I'm looking for? He does all of the things that would lead you to believe that he is, religious, but doesn't actually follow any of the doctrine, like, personally. You know what I mean? So I don't know about his daughter. I don't know what they're doing. But that, again, that's just a wild thing. Just a completely out-of-the-box wild thing for Candace to put on the table.
I think it's disgusting, and I do not... it's not the definition of holy in the Christian faith, is what I would say. It's weird to me. It's very... and this could be a difference in our religions, but by the way, your religion does not trump my religion. So I think that you should respect the fact when I say something is unholy, I am referring to my religion. His relationship between him and his daughter is very creepy to me. The sex podcast is very creepy to me. The idea of sitting down and talking to your father about, topics of sex in any regard is creepy to me. Him promoting butt plugs that are sold by his daughter is creepy to me. I have a right to say that I find this to be utterly unholy and that any faith leader, at least in the Christian community, would agree that all of this is giving us very weird vibes between the father and daughter relationship.
I don't know exactly what she's going on about. I just thought that was a funny clip. I think it's funny when people talk about butt plugs. That's all. That's it. That's the take. Anyway, moving on to the more relevant shit. Again, this is just her railing against a man of the Jewish faith. So more just it lends credence to the anti-Semitism, basically. All right, what do we got next? Okay, so here's Candace Owens' final segment at the Daily Wire, folks. Ready?
In a few weeks, I will be out to Israel and I will be out to Gaza, and I will be able to report to you guys what it is that I actually see. But I also want to say this because it's so important. I am Team God. Okay? I'm Team God. I do not fear the media. I do not fear journalists. I do not fear AIPAC. I don't fear Big Pharma. What I actually fear is God. I think that one day we are all going to have to account for the things that we have done and the things that we have said, and I want to make sure that I am not a person that is parroting lies. The fear of losing your job, encouraging some people to spit out lies.
Which she doesn't feel at all, of course.
I don't think that works in the end, right? I think you've got to check your priorities.
Nothing to worry about.
And so with that said, I want to thank everybody who has been on this journey with me, people that have supported me. I especially want to thank all of the Jewish people that have been in the comments saying how outraged they are. And I know that it is especially difficult for you guys right now because you are being smeared, I mean, I'm not going to go away. I'm going to use my God-given voice to talk about the things that are important for me. I'm just asking to be left alone, or at least just
of course, right.
The truth.
That's all she needs.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for today. But don't worry, because we will see you tomorrow for a brand new episode.
If only I could play copyright music, the Curb Your Enthusiasm would be beautiful right here. Would it not? Dubsy, if you can, put on some similar music for me, if you don't mind. Copyright safe, please. So, the day after, folks. The day after, Jeremy Boring comes out, one of the founders of Daily Wire. Daily Wire and Candace Owens have, alas, ended their relationship. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. Oh, no. Can we please get F's in the chat? F's in the chat for my girl, Candace. Oh, man. Can we get a mod to the chat? What's going on? Kermit's fine. I don't think... Hold on. I love how Jewish people have loopholes to their own, but Christians don't do those things. Yes, Christians have loopholes, okay? Every religion has loopholes. It's not just Jewish people. Yeah, chill out a little bit. Just a little bit. I hear you, but chill out just a little bit. I know you're not anti-Semitic, but just chill out. All right. Let's keep going. All right, so we got the Jeremy Boring tweet. Okay, so Candace Owens came out with a response video. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, it's Candace. The rumors are true. I am free.
Sorry.
Hey guys, it's Candace. The rumors are true. I am free. Welcome to my locals page. So much to talk about. Obviously, I'm going to take a couple of weeks here just to rebuild and to refocus and to create something that is actually mine and something that can't be threatened or taken because it belongs to me. I can't tell you enough how much your support has meant to me over the years. We're just getting started.
That'll be good, right?
Join the locals page. Obviously, here you can support me and my work
We're all
as
gonna
an
love
independent journalist, as an independent podcaster. We're still going to be doing 5 days a week. There'll be tons of announcements coming in the next couple of weeks.
Lots of anti-Semitism to come,
the last
folks.
thing I want to say is thank you. And for those of you that don't want to be on locals and just want to support in any capacity, you can head to gocandace.com. Thank you, guys. Hey, guys.
GoCandace.com. I kind of want to see that now. GoCandace.com. Let's take a look. Go, Candace. It's your birthday. Here we go. In a world of safe spaces, Candace Owens is creating one where thoughts can flow freely. From politics and culture to good days and bad, follow her straight into the center of it all. Sorry, I gotta read here. This is Dubsy, this is for you. So that you can put that in the clip. Okay. You too can donate to the Candace Owens Fund because she's now out of a job. Only $5 a month. We've been doing that bit a lot lately, but it is fun. That guy behind her with the red tie does not want to be there. I don't think any of them do. I mean, do you see a single face that wants to be here? Look at this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. None of them want to be here. Like, what the fuck? They all look miserable. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Free, I didn't know that meant unemployed. Hey, in some ways it does. If you got enough fucking money, which Candace Owens probably does, she could probably just live on that money for the rest of her life and never have to do anything else. But she's too attention hungry. She's too deep in the sauce now. You know? It is worth it every time. It is, yeah. I mean, it is just interesting that they all look so fucking miserable. All right. Let's keep going. All right, so the last thing that I want to cover here is not everybody agrees with Candace Owens' decision. And I want to start off with, and obviously the Daily Wire doesn't. So here is a couple of the Daily Wire's, well, actually just one Daily Wire supporter. You know, you got Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring. I know you can add Dave Rubin to that list of people who are siding with the Daily Wire and against Candace Owens.
I think she's a little confused about some of the things, but I think, well, I hope you heard the overriding part, which is that I don't want to make it personal with her. I don't really consider us friends anymore. But that's just like the nature of the reality of the thing that we're all in. I think she's...
So that was a short clip, but just to get across the point that Dave Rubin is no longer friends with Candace Owens. They are no longer going to brunch together. They are no longer getting martinis. It's all over. It's over between those two. Friendship ended. Yes, Dave Dubin himself. Lance from the Surfs does such a good Dave Rubin voice. I know he does. You know who does a really good Donald Trump voice? Shit, I can't remember his name. Hold on. Tyler. West Side Tyler. Here. Let me see if I can find a good clip real quick. I love West Side Tyler. Here.
By the way, if you're and it's just you special, just you.
I know he did it in this
and
video.
If you're me, I too, right? And they were talking to some kid. If you ever make fun of someone for how old are you and knew you said it, you ain't got it, right? And if you get to live 40 years old, people I've had He's just like a guy. I fucking hate that guy. I hope that guy fucking.
He also does a really good. Who's that one comedian? I can't remember his name. Bill Burr. He does a really good Bill Burr.
Live, motherfuckers, live, dude.
He just kind of sounds like Bill Burr. I don't know if I'm gonna find the Donald Trump
Positivity.
clip.
Oh, you got something great to live for. Fuck gravesides. December 33. December 30.
Okay, well, I can't find it, but you guys get the idea. He's got a really good Donald Trump voice. I like Tyler, but goddamn is he long-winded. Yeah, but I enjoy that. Some people like that. That's my thing. Is he better than Brennan? The best Donald Trump impression that exists is Psychic Pebbles, aka Zach Hadel, the creator of Smiling Friends. Hadel Trump. I love his Trump impression.
Do you know that Donald Trump played this game and thought, "Ooh, little characters in cages, I'll do that IRL"? I was playing Croc and I saw the little characters in cages, and frankly, I thought, that looks not so bad.
Watch out, dude.
I have to say, I loved Linkara, right? I was watching
It's
various
perfect.
places, and I saw Linkara, the great Linkara. He did atop the fourth wall, and he talked about the famous Power Rangers rant, right? He said, it'll be out when it's out. And we like that. It'll be out when it's out.
Okay, you get the idea, but I love that impression. It's the best. Impressions are the best. I love impressions. That's why I want to get into voice acting so bad. Yeah, Zach Hadel's the best. If you've never seen Smiling Friends, go watch it. It's Katie's favorite show. No, it's not. I'm just fucking around. She fucking hates that show, but I love that show. All right. Charlie Kirk. Not everybody is against Candace Owens. So Charlie Kirk is still apparently on Candace Owens' side. She's still working with him at TPUSA, or TPUSA as I like to call it. And she's still a key leading voice, according to Gabe Hoffman, who I trust dearly with my life. I have no clue who he is, but I'm sure he would protect me if it came to it. I'm sure. So, she is still working with Charlie Kirk. So Charlie Kirk is still on her side. And that's not it. Alex Jones as well. Now, he's not speaking specifically about the Candace Owens things, because this is a little bit before that. This is from yesterday. He says, Israel has lost the high ground. This is not war. It is robotic mass genocide. Section 1091 of Title 18, United States Code prohibits genocide whether committed in time of peace or in time of war. Genocide is defined in 1091 and includes violent attacks with the specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. That was a decent, I guess, impression. I'm trying. But he is against what Israel is doing in Palestine. So he's on Team Candace, apparently. Or at least he would be if it came down to it. Alex Jones is never speaking specifically. He shouts unspecifically. That's pretty true. But I do think if it came down to it, he and Candace Owens would probably get together and do something together. You know what I mean? If he's allowed to still. With the recent lawsuits, I don't even know if he's allowed to have a platform anymore. But apparently on Twitter he is. Thanks, Elon. And finally, first Candace, then Alex, and now Tucker Carlson. You'll love to see it. The Zionists are losing control of the narrative. They're losing an entire generation, and it's why all these sleazy politicians who are beholden to the Israel lobby are running around trying to pass hate speech legislation and internet censorship bills, blah, 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 blah. You know that Tucker Carlson's not actually going to be pro-Palestine. He's just anti-Israel, and he's probably just doing it as a populist thing because he sees the way that the tides are turning, right? So let's take a look at what he has to say.
Military aid to Israel and the implied security guarantees, some explicit, but many implied security guarantees of the United States to Israel probably haven't helped Israel that much long term. It's a rich country with a highly capable population. Like every other country, it's probably best if it makes its decisions based on what it can do by itself. And I don't see any advantage to the United States. I mean, I think it's important for each country to make its own decisions. Again,
so there you go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think you can
I'm gonna let you
overstate
finish.
the lack of wisdom, weakness, short-term thinking of American foreign policy leadership. These are the architects of the Iraq War, of the totally pointless destruction of Libya, totally pointless destruction of Syria, and the 20-year occupation of Afghanistan that resulted in a return to the status quo. So, like, of the Vietnam War, their track record of the Korean War, even going back 80 years, is uninterrupted failures. I just don't have any confidence in those leaders to improve. When was the last time they improved another country?
Okay. So that was my last tab. So basically what I'm getting at with that last little bit there is, I know this was supposed to be about Candace Owens getting fired and how funny that is, but it seems as though Israel is tearing apart the conservatives just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And I like that. We like that, folks. We like that. It's awesome. You know, it's great to see. You love to see it. You know, you have one side who loves imperialism. They love hurting brown people, and they love money. You know, sorry, I shouldn't say that. They love capital, right? And so that's why they're supporting Israel. And then you have the other side who is, I'm sorry, that sounded so bad. What I meant was Israel is likely doing it for, as a country, largely financial reasons, right? Not as a Jewish state, but as a state. As any state does, as the United States does as well. That's what I meant. But on the other side, you have people who are so fucking anti-Semitic that they cannot just keep it in their pants and they have to go out against Israel just out of principle. You know, and so you see this rift in the conservative party now, and that's a good thing. Don't clip that. Don't clip it. I'm not anti-Semitic, I swear. It's funny because it is two anti-Semitic groups fighting about how best to be anti-Semitic. Exactly. I don't care. I'm British with Celtic heritage, but I don't make that my personal because that's what all UK racists do. Oh, sorry. You guys are talking about something else. But yeah, I just found this story incredibly funny. I know that I don't have that much intellectual commentary to add to it. I just thought that I'd get some, you know, a little bit of anti-Semitism from Candace Owens, aka Candace Owens. Lay it out on the table for you, show you why Ben Shapiro doesn't like her guts anymore, and then show you how some conservatives are siding for her and some are siding against her. There are some conservatives on here saying that the Daily Wire is censoring Candace Owens, that they're part of like the big Jewish media, you know, all that kind of stuff. And there are some people saying that the Daily Wire is actually based in doing this because they're supporting Israel and they're, you know, even anybody who's against them is anti-Semitic. I've seen an even split. Basically an even split, which is bad for them. It's very bad. Incidentally, and I didn't pull up this clip, but Candace Owens also supports Nikki Haley over Donald Trump. And I think that like that's kind of where the people who are against Israel are going to go, is that direction. This is just speculation. But I think it's going to be like the Nikki Haley people and the anti-Trumpers who are against Israel because they're just so damn anti-Semitic, you know? And then you're going to have the people who are pro-Trump and pro-Israel and pro-rapture and pro-imperializing brown people and all that good stuff. And it's just going to cause a pretty bad divide, honestly. And I'm hoping that that will help us in this upcoming election. But who's to say? This is all just speculation. So keep your hopes up, you know. Laugh at Candace all you want. She deserves it. And that's about all I got, guys. That's all I got. You said the words, I am an anti-Semitic. That's pretty true. I did do that. No one can agree on who deserves the hate more. The left does it enough. It's nice to see it happen to the other side every once in a while. They've been doing it more and more and more lately, I've noticed. Has anybody else noticed that? The conservative infighting? It's nice to see. It's good. It's good. Very good. Excellent. It's all... Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. Speaking of voice acting and impressions, you guys want to hear some of mine? Little break in the action. Little break in the action before we move on to a possibly a react segment before our discussion at 8 o'clock. I got one that, here. I want you guys' opinion on this. I gotta set some music for it, though. Documentary music, no copyright. Let's see. The reason I'm pulling this up is because I did a voice for, I auditioned for a world history channel on YouTube. Where's it at? There you are.
To truly understand how Rome came to dominate the ancient world, we must first start at the beginning.
Turn it up.
Before To truly understand...
Okay, that's good.
And how Rome came to dominate the ancient world, we must first start at the beginning. Before the Eternal City was ever clad in marble and stone, Rome was just an insignificant little settlement on the banks of the river Tiber. Human activity in the region actually dates back to around 1700 BC, but our story doesn't begin until the late 8th century, when the various
What do you guys think? Is it good? You think I'll get the part? I think it's pretty good. I may have a bass singing voice, but I can't get this. Sounds good. Hell yeah. Thank you. I did a funnier one too. This one's for a Minecraft. This is Minecraft Bible Stories, the story of creation. You want to hear this one?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. God said, I command light to shine.
I feel like there's a little peaking in this. Either that or I got this too high.
So God created humans to be like himself.
That one's for Minecraft. You guys know My Hero Academia? It's almost Kermit speaking deep. Yeah, I went for a funnier one that time. So I went for like, this was another Minecraft one. There's so many Minecraft ones. It sounds weeb, it is. I went for like a Bakugo voice on this one though. Where's it at? Is it this one?
Why waste time?
Yeah, this one. I went for like a bully Bakugo kind of voice.
Why waste time on the weak when there are real threats to deal with? They're just dead weight dragging us down.
Screaming to the mic. Yes, I actually did.
I may not play nice, but at least I get
You'll notice a volume drop at the very end because I did have to actually scream at the top of my lungs into the mic.
Results.
Can you say the same, Colin? Do us all a favor and stay out of my way. You're out of your league here, and you're only going to get yourself hurt. You call that a plan, Atlas? It's a joke! You're letting sentimentality cloud your judgment, and it's making us weak! I won't stand by and watch our standards slip because of some inexperienced kid, and you're too blind to see it! I was like running out of breath at the end of that one. Yeah, huh? Oh, sorry, you're still having another discussion. I mean, I can get that deep. People just stare at the person in a dress with a thundering voice. That's awesome. I want your voice in my gotcha games. Let's go. Let me see if I can find another funny one. Oh, this one's good. I did an old man. So you guys know, like, Dragon Ball Z Abridged? This is, like, supposed to be a spin-off of... Like, not a spin-off. It's supposed to be, like, a... like, different characters, but set in the Dragon Ball Z universe. So this is, like, that old, fat, Namekian.
Tractor, is that you? Tractor, I swear if you're here without the hookah I lent you, I'm going to be very unpleased. Wait, is that you, Fort? I can sense you. I thought you were too good for my palace. Fort!
The guy's name is Fort, not Fart.
Very impressive that you can take my second-hand smoke with divine assistance. Gonna ask the gods to help you wipe your ass next.
That was a fun one. I like doing announcer voices, and I like doing fun voices. Those are my favorite. It sounds like Kami doing a super Kami Guru impression.
Foot! Foot! It's a foot! I love feet!
Alright, one more. This one is supposed to sound like L. From Death Note. L from Death Note. But it's also part of a Minecraft roleplay. Alright, let's... wrong one, actually. Wrong one. Not Colin. Who is it? Atlas, this is the one. Efficiency above all else. We have a mission to accomplish, and I expect nothing less than perfection from each of you. Sentimentality has no place in our line of work. Emotions only cloud judgment and hinder progress. I've seen too much suffering caused by this war. It ends now, one way or another. It's a little lame, but I think it's pretty good. What's this? It says the web address you entered is not a functioning page on our site. Okay, that's enough of that. I like the voice clips you got so far. I have so many. And most of them like, so far I've only gotten one role. The only role that I've gotten is Shy Guy in a Paper Mario, like, dub. But it's not that I'm Shy Guy. It's that I am one Shy Guy out of two, and I play the backup Shy Guy. So I just repeat what the other guy says. And we say it at, like, the same time. I was supposed to use his voice as a guide, and I have like 2 lines in the whole fucking thing. Still fun, though. You can get the joke from the URL. Pages and word over again. Oh, nice. Remember with any dramatic voice acting that it's less about how you can strain or manipulate your voice and more about how much you can invest in it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for with that last one. Like, I did L from Death Note, but then what I was also trying to do is that, like, with the last part of that voice line, I was trying to put some exhaustion into it. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to be able to make yourself sound like somebody like Kermit. Like Kermit the Frog, which I can't do very good, actually. Kermit the Frog here. But if you can put emotion into it, that's the important part. So even though my Kermit's not that good, if you like, oh man, I'm so sorry, guys. You know, like, I guess I'm not doing a very good job right now. I'm not in the mood, but emotion over impression, I guess. Power with restraint. Like my wife always tells me, power with restraint. How she likes it. 328 pages of N-word. Nice. Yeah, I should probably do that, huh? Probably not, actually. That'd probably be a bad idea. All right, let's see what we got to react to. Man, I got nothing. Hold on. Oh, I am going to do one about the Netflix Alexander controversy, but I want Katie with me when I do it because I'm not a very good history buff. You guys want to do another anti-voting video? No, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Who have we not looked at in a while? Let's see. Here, actually, I'm going to take a break real quick. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to turn on some music for you guys. And while I'm doing that, if you guys want to hop into the Discord and leave some suggestions and content suggestions, you can find the Discord link. Here, I'll post it in the site chat. Oh, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? The bot is dead? Okay. You can find the Discord link at the top of the site, though. And then on YouTube, you can find it in the YouTube description. So you can join the Discord and leave a content suggestion for me to go over. When I get back, I'm going to take a quick break and be back in a little bit. Hang tight, guys.
This building. What are you, president of his fan club? No. That would be your mother. I see the briefcase is safe. Did anyone have to kill your parents? I never promised. If you were to kill them, I assure you they were not like me. Nothing like the man who tied his kill a red spy on the way here? If you manage to kill them, I assure you they will not succeed. Nothing like a man who fights the president of Japan. No, that would be your mother. If you manage to kill them, I assure you they will not succeed. Nothing like a man who fights the president of Japan. No, that would be your mother.
Okay, I've returned. We have a suggestion. Redeem Zoomer gets LGBT affirming pastor to admit this. LGTV. Is that supposed to be a slur of some sort?
Redeemed.
I know Redeem Zoomer. Here. Okay, we can do this one. Can you slur the word slur like you're drunk? Slur. It kind of, like, the word is kind of an onomatopoeia. Slur. Like a word that sounds like a sound. Kind of like boom. Or not onomatopoeia. What is it called? Alliteration, right? Hold on. Yeah, it is onomatopoeia. I was right. Alliteration is like when each word starts with the same letter. Like bing, bong, bang, boom, beep, beep, belch. Like that. Can we ask Kermit not to conspiracy post about Moscow? I don't see what... Just stop talking about Moscow. Just stop talking about it. There, done. I don't know anything about foreign politics, guys. Like, I know very little about it. The most I know is, like, Palestine good, Israel bad, Russia bad, Ukraine good, China is pretty bad, Tibet should be free from China. Yeah. Canada, not the best. Mexico, also not the best. Yeah, but it's mostly our fault, I think. That's foreign politics. Bring up global disaster. It's a disaster. I feel like my Trump impression has been slipping lately. I don't know what it is. It's a total disaster. That was a little better. Before we get started, do you guys want to see one of my favorite Trump clips of all time? No, it is really him, actually, now that I think about it. This is a real thing that happened. You can tell because it's his voice.
Look what I pulled out of my toilet. Hello, little Trump. You're gonna be.
See, it's Trump.
You're gonna be a good assistant.
Hello, Big Trump. I can't wait to deport all the illegals.
There he sits with a pin and a yellow hair.
North of the sun, okay.
What a handsome lad. That's my boy.
He took my finger. Give that back, you little rascal.
RLFQ spells mom and dad.
I ate a big pile of black spiders and bugs.
Because that's my boy.
Very interesting.
You don't have your TV and your nightclubs.
My finger transplant was a
You can
success.
have your drive-in picture show.
Hello, Candace. I'm gonna do your style.
I'll stay here with my little man near. We'll listen to the radio.
It's so stupid.
White Mike tying and watching Sky.
I tripped and this happened.
Without context, that probably made no sense. I apologize. The context is they were doing AI-generated art of Donald Trump. It's so fucking funny. Yeah. Tump. Speaking of AI-generated art, do you guys want to see the only valuable thing that has ever come out of AI-generated art? I generated this, baby. In response to somebody generating this piece of shit. This is the physical representation of the people who post shit like that. The physical manifestation. It's perfect. It's honestly perfect. I have no notes. It's perfect. The shirt says Tum Tum. I was trying to make the shirt say Tump. Actually, I was trying to make the hat say Tump. What is it? It's a Republican. Duh. It's a lovely Republican couple. The jaw. I love it so much, dude. This is my favorite AI artwork ever. Nothing can beat this. Duh. I want to vote for Trump. It's so funny. All right. Tum Tum. Tum Tum was the little brother from Three Ninjas. I don't know why I know that. That's okay. I don't know why I know a lot of things that I know. I remember my cousin who had the football video game making this character, but de facto male. It was unstoppable. It was literally like the size of that unit was incredible. Like that girl could have mowed down the entire field on her own. She was like 9 foot tall. Like, it was insane. Nobody was stopping her. Are you kidding me? I'd love to know what keywords you used. That actually was not what I was trying to generate. I was trying to generate like a Republican screaming at a girl, but instead it just generated a Republican guy and a girl, or like a hillbilly wearing a Tump hat. I wanted him to wear a Tump hat. Okay, let's get started with this, shall we? So this is a video suggestion from the Discord. It is from Roman of Omen. If you would like to suggest videos on Discord, you can do so. All you need to do is join the Discord first, and then second, you post the video suggestion that you would like me to watch in the content suggestion channel. It's very easy to do, and it saves me a lot of work trying to find content, so I really appreciate it. It helps all of us. Anyway, This is the video that was suggested. Redeemed Zoomer gets LGTV affirming pastor to admit this. I've never heard LGTV before, but I'm assuming that it has something to do with like performative LGBT stuff. Like it's sort of a slur, kind of. I don't want to call it outright a slur, but it's like got the same energy to it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm assuming at least. So Redeemed Zoomer, for those who don't know, is this guy who did all atheist arguments answered in 10 minutes, which I've already reviewed, but let's go over just a little bit of it to give you an idea. As you can see here, he made himself the Giga Chad and you the Soy Jack. You fucking Soy Jack, you. So therefore he wins. He wins.
Needs to be a first cause at the beginning of the chain of all events in the universe, and it makes a lot more sense for that first cause to be a personal God who caused things for a reason, rather than some random impersonal force.
So you guys get the idea. He thought that he was being a genius. So I want to see this video called Redeemed Zoomer Gets LGTV Affirming Pastor to Admit This by Blessed God Studios. Let's take a look.
Zoomer had a fantastic conversation with a LGTV affirming pastor. And I think I wanted to show you guys one part and the way this entire thing kind of goes off the rails. Shout out to Redeemed Zoomer. He's not always on camera, but in this...
Is this him? Of course that's him. Honestly, the physiognomy of all three of these guys checks out.
Debate or discussion, whatever you want to call it, he was. And I'm a fan of his content.
Oh, wait, no, the pastor's cool. The pastor's cool. Never mind. The pastor's fine.
And I thought this was interesting. It says
all I said is it checks out.
Discussion with an LGBT
I didn't say anything bad.
Pastor Benjamin Perry. Okay, this is the timestamp I had pulled up.
He does look like a pastor,
this is from a few months ago, but I thought it'd be good to highlight it. Go ahead.
Okay, so you mentioned that your standard for love is Jesus. Jesus shows us how to love, and to that I would fundamentally agree. When, like, Jesus did eat with the people that were considered sexual sinners by the religious. He ate with the prostitutes and stuff. And they reacted the way a lot of, judgmental conservatives might. They said, oh, why do you eat with tax collectors and sinners and stuff? And his response for why he was doing that was, it is the sick who need a doctor.
Everything he's saying here is very reasonable. Yep. Jesus ate with sinners. Some religious people, maybe some modern day conservatives, would have issues with the way Jesus affiliated.
Hold on. Why are the subtitles like this? Let me try to fix this real quick. Sorry. Subtitles, font color, font size, font opacity. There we go.
With people who were...
I got to go back a little bit.
Everything he's saying here is very reasonable.
Yep.
Jesus ate with sinners. Some religious people, maybe some modern day conservatives, would have issues with the way Jesus affiliated with people.
I'm doing religious studies at a university, and a guy used a video from Redeemed Zoomer to explain a theological concept. That's incredible. Did you laugh at him? Tell me that you laughed at him. You should have laughed like loudly in his face is what you should have done, because that deserves bullying.
Who were not walking with him in the sense that their lives weren't aligned. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything he's saying here is very, 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 very reasonable. But this takes a turn in the way Reverend Benjamin responds to this very, very reasonable argument.
Okay.
All right.
So he was loving them. He was affirming their humanity, and by loving them, he was trying to help them both physically and spiritually. But he was...
Let me guess where he's going with this. So Jesus was not saying that it's okay to be a prostitute or that it's okay to be a criminal, et cetera, but that I will take you and help you out of that, right? I don't care. Like, it's good to not do bad things, but it's not bad to do neutral things. And being gay is a neutral thing. You know, the only reason that you would say it's not a neutral thing is because you're a bigot. You're just a religious bigot. That's it.
He's not affirming their sexual sin. He called it sickness.
Ben Perry, he, they.
No, he does the he, they thing.
He does the he, they thing.
Who cares?
That's important context.
You're so triggered. Shut the fuck up. You're so triggered.
Sick. A lot of progressives will freak out about that.
Oh, he does the he, they thing. I might just fucking go he, they just to piss you off.
So I see Jesus' example of loving as basically helping people's physical and spiritual needs. Their physical needs are, if your neighbor is hungry, give him some food. If he's thirsty, give him a drink. That's what the church has been very good, even if not perfect, at doing throughout all the centuries. It also means tending to their spiritual needs, which means helping them develop a faith that will gradually lead to sanctification, which means the mortification of sin.
What a nerd, man.
So
seriously.
Like
who fucking cares about what this kid has to say? I'm sorry. You're such a nerd. How many lockers have been shoved in, huh? Is anybody keeping track? I would love to know.
You know, I actually think that's a really important thing to bring up, particularly as it relates to queer people, because I actually think it's a pretty violent thing and something that is actually not in people's spiritual well-being to say that this core part of who you are, like this immutable piece of how you are attracted in the world, how you understand your body and your gender, like these core aspects of your humanity are sinful. I think that actually
that made no sense.
No, that made perfect sense. Yeah. No, he said that these core aspects of your humanity do not make you sinful. Yeah. Yeah. What? What? That made perfect sense. Am I missing? Okay, wait. Am I missing something? Somebody correct me if I'm missing something. Anybody at all? I know we're on I recently instilled a 7-second delay. Sorry. No? Nobody? No takers? Play it again? I'll play it one more time.
Because I actually think it's a pretty violent thing and something that is actually not in people's spiritual well-being to say that this core part of who you are, like this immutable piece of how you are attracted in the world, how you understand your body and your gender, like these core aspects of your humanity are sinful. I think that actually
that's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, sorry. I went with the FCC guideline of 7 seconds because of the Vosh thing, honestly, is what made me want to do it. I just don't want to take any chances. If something pops up on the screen that I don't want to be there, I can just hit the end button. Nobody saw it. I'm good. It's just professional standards.
Actually,
that made no sense.
But yeah, that was perfect. I have no notes.
So Redeemed Zoomer goes, Jesus loved sinners so much that he spent time with them. However, he said that I didn't come for the healthy, I came for the sick. Basically saying people who were sinners were sick and needed a healer. This is beyond reasonable, right? This is almost on like a he gets us, Jesus wash feet vibe.
It really is.
Right? Yeah. He goes to call someone's perversion sinful or sick.
No. He said core attribute, okay? You call it a perversion because you're a freak. You're the real pervert. You pervert?
Is violence.
You're a pervert because you want to go after people's immutable characteristics. Okay? That's perverted. Sorry. You're a fucking religious pervert.
It's violent speech.
A really harmful thing, and there's a reason why, for example, studies have shown that queer youth who grow up in conservative religious contexts have much higher rates than queer youth who grow up in secular contexts.
So now we get the do you want a
I was about to say that.
An alive daughter?
But it's true. Disprove it. Here, let's look. Let's take a look, shall we? Queer kids in religious environment suicide rate. And Dubsy, I think we need to censor that word, just FYI. Not on the screen or anything, but my voice. Religiosity and suicidality among LGBTQ youth. Results. 1 in 4 LGBTQ youth reported that religion was, quote, important or, quote, very important to them. However, youth who reported religion as important did not have reduced risk of attempting suicide. Interesting. Rates of endorsing religion as important were comparable across... Okay, so is this the one... Is this what we're studying? Is this what we want? LGBTQ youth who report not hearing their parents use religion to say negative things about being LGBTQ were at significantly reduced risk for attempting suicide in the past year, regardless of whether religion was important to them. Who's this from? The Trevor Project? Who did the study? Where's the source? Methodology. Here, references. From the American Journal of Orthopsychiatry. Seems legit to me. It would seem that you're wrong, my friend. You're just wrong.
He did, son.
You want to ignore it.
Like that, like everything goes to
This is why I say they love dead kids. They just like to ignore it.
This like nasty manipulation with regards to this framing. He's specifically talking about LGBT youth, but this is the logic that's used, right? Mm-hmm. It's sad. Go ahead.
You know,
I love that the caption here. Let's go back for just a second. Look at the caption. He's trying to say LGTV as though it's like fake, you know, like, oh, it's all for show, you know, but the caption still picked up LGTB. Get fucked.
Used, right? It's sad. Go ahead.
You know, there was a
YouTube caption W.
My church, a child.
Member of your affirming church. Context.
Child.
Yeah.
And he unfortunately deletes themselves.
Recently, who
of an affirming church. You're in an affirming environment, yet they still
what?
And who
unfortunately deletes.
Did I hear that wrong?
There was a member of my church, a child.
Member of your affirming church. Context.
He didn't say that though. You're inserting words where they don't belong. His church might not be affirming. Based on what I've seen from the video, I don't know if his church is affirming or not. And also, even if it was affirming, there are a million other factors that could be at play there. What if his family wasn't affirming? What if his friends weren't affirming, or his school? You know, like, it doesn't have to be the church that's not affirming. Assuming that it's not, by the way. Or that it is, I mean. Because you're saying it is, but I have no reason to believe you. Because you like to ignore statistics about dead kids. So why do I believe you about anything at this point? We're only 4 minutes into this almost.
And he unfortunately deletes themselves.
Recently, who
of an affirming church. You're in an affirming environment, yet they still.
Before I came out, I tried to end my life 3 times in 32 years. I'm so sorry to hear that, Luna Rose. I hope you're doing better now. You'd have to be really disconnected from reality to doubt this. I agree. What did they gain from being bigots? Self-confidence, or at least the veneer of self-confidence, because they have no actual confidence. They have to stick their fingers in everybody else's lives and business in order to make themselves feel any type of positive way about themselves. You know, it's projection. They're miserable pieces of shit.
And who I had been speaking with, and a huge part of why that they were, considering and ended up was because they felt that the world would not accept this core part of who they were, that they kept receiving these messages over and over and over again, that this part of who they were was sinful.
But going back to your point.
But he was in an affirming church.
Yeah.
With a pastor saying to them that you're perfect the way you are.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Just because one pastor there is affirming doesn't mean that all of them are. Does not mean all of them are. You're making shit up. And once again, there could be other elements at play. Just because you go to an affirming church doesn't mean every single person there is affirming, and it certainly doesn't mean that your family's affirming, okay? I also went to an affirming church growing up, but my parents, unfortunately, for a long time, not anymore, but for a long time, were not very affirming, okay?
A lot of acceptance.
Yet they still
struggle.
They're getting better.
With
that makes no sense.
Yeah. I love my parents.
And when you look at the nations with the most affirming
on.
sentiment towards these communities, there's not a disparity in these stats. That there's still high rates of self-deletion in these countries.
Wow.
Especially amongst the folks who've transitioned.
Yeah, and every single one of those studies finds, every single one, go look, they find that it is because of the social elements in those countries. The social elements drive those kids, and those people, I should say, people in general, to suicide.
So it's such a disingenuous
it's terrible
framing on his part.
Live in a very conservative part of the country.
Oh yeah, no, he's the one being disingenuous. Sure. Sure, buddy. Sure.
Repeatedly heard this message that who they were was fundamentally wrong, and they made the choice to die instead of to live into the kind of beauty and light and full life that I see, other trans folks in my congregation who did not have that voice in their ear telling them who you are is sinful have become. People who are now living beautiful Christian lives, who engage in the kind of Christian charity and community building and full relationship and like loving of oneself and neighbor that I see Jesus embodying. I think that those kinds of theologies that condemn core parts of who people are actually do spiritual violence to folk and lead people to self-harm. They lead people to self-hatred, and they can lead people to take their own lives. Like that, for me, if you're going to say, okay.
I also just take strong issue with appropriating the word violence.
Yeah.
Why? You're driving people to suicide. That's violence. You are a violent person.
Spiritual violence. Like, violence is violence. It sounds like Benjamin.
And people dying is violence.
Probably has no context to what
driving
real
people
violence
to death is violence.
I'm talking my father and grandfather having to escape.
Violence is when you do the
that's violence.
Baku because of the pogroms
Dumbass.
in the late 80s.
Grow a brain cell.
Borrowing uniforms, police officer uniforms from their RZ friends to get on the train because there's actual violence happening. People were, hundreds of people, literally getting...
Yeah, emotional violence doesn't exist.
Real violence. I don't think this dude has any idea what real violence is. So I take offense with that. Just the way that word is being
I take offense to that. I ain't take offense. You're such a fucking nerd. Get out of here.
appropriated is not okay.
Well, the sick need a doctor.
Appropriated.
Calling who someone is at a core biological level sick, something that like none of the conversion therapy programs work. Like it just doesn't. Like the
Driving
conversion
people to
therapy is
death
not a
is
real
violence.
thing. People who have gone through conversion therapy, even like the folks who say, "Oh, I've been successfully cured," like the vast majority of them end up relapsing because it's not actually a part of yourself that you can change. And so to say
it's also true that by pulling others down to their own shitty life is less shitty in comparison, whereas the left wants to increase absolute quality of life. They just want theirs to be better relative to others around them. That's also true. All they want is to have better lives than those around them. They don't really care how miserable they themselves are. And if they did, they would actually, look outward and introspect, and also introspect and try to find the real problems in their lives rather than just pointing to other people and saying that it's their fault that you're miserable and wanting to make their lives worse rather than your own better. Like it's just a self-defeating practice and belief system.
Say that like, oh, this part of who you are is sick.
He made a claim without being able to substantiate that claim. How do you know?
Hold on.
Relapsing because it's not actually a part of yourself that you can change. And so to say that like, oh, this part of who you are is sick.
He made a claim without being able to substantiate that.
All right, what claim?
How do you know? And who's doing those studies? Because ain't no one.
Let's see. Not that one. I need a study. A systematic review of the prevalence of lifetime experience with conversion practices among sexual and gender minority populations. Methods. We performed literature searches in 8 databases and included studies from all jurisdictions globally conducted after 2000 with a sampling frame of sexual and gender minority people, as well as studies of practitioners seeing SGM patients. We used the Hoy et al. Risk of bias tool for prevalence studies and summarized distribution of estimates using median range. We identified 14 articles that reported prevalence estimates among SGM populations and 2 articles that reported prevalence estimates from studies of mental health practitioners. Prevalence estimates among SGM samples ranged from 2% to 34%, median 8.5. Prevalence estimates were greater in studies conducted in the U.S. median. You guys get the idea. Conclusion. CPs, which is what? It's not child whatever. Conversion practices. Conversion practices remain prevalent despite denouncement from professional bodies. Social inequities in CP... It sounds so bad. Conversion practices. Prevalence signal the need for targeted efforts to protect transgender, indigenous, and racial minority and assigned male at birth subgroups. I mean, this is from an official source, so there you go. All the professional sources are saying, no, actually, the studies that we've done say that conversion therapy doesn't work. So you're just lying at that point. You're just being a piece of shit and lying. You can ignore the studies or say that they're not good, but you don't have any studies to support your side, so fuck off. It was not that hard to find.
Someone doing studies of LGTB folks that came over, gave their life to Jesus, and are now monogamous heterosexual marriages.
I think he's talking about actual conversion therapy camps.
Yeah, and they're miserable.
Versus
probably, but there's all types of people out there that have lived that lifestyle, dabbled in those acts, and are now married and healthy. I know 2 of them.
Healthy how? What's healthy? What? Healthy by what metric? What yardstick are you using? All I care about is that they're happy with their lives. That's all I care.
Personally know 2
and
of them
not hurting
with
anybody else.
Thriving, flourishing families. I know 2 of them, and I know folks
Where's
behind the
his family?
scenes. Like I'm talking 2 public people.
Here, does he have a family? Bless God Studios. Can I find him? I'll look for a second. Let's see if we can find something about it. Shall we? I bet he has a Twitter or something. I just want to know. I mean, he might be married or something. Something went wrong. Okay. Try again, I guess. There we go. I just want to know. Instagram? What do we got? Artist, outlier, YouTuber, creative entrepreneur, refugee from Baku, made in US, booking info. I don't see anything about him having a family. Must not be that important to him. I don't know. I just feel like if you're only happy when you have like kids and shit, that you would want people to know that like you have a family. But from a cursory glance, it doesn't seem like it's that important to him.
And no, people be honest. So you made a claim.
He
but
could have a
you're not
family.
gonna
I don't know.
Find anyone that you know.
Also, I would
to
be
dig that
curious on what the Reverend his explanation of the passage that Redeem Zoomer was referencing would be. Like Redeem Zoomer based his whole point in the Bible.
Yeah.
In the Gospels.
Yes.
So
in Jesus's actions.
Yes.
And this guy based his point in reality, in things that actually happen and that actually matter, like queer kids offing themselves when they are not affirmed, because that's a thing that actually happens. Not like your magical stories. I know that you like I know that you actually believe that your fan fiction happened, but I'm sorry, Pokemon's not real. There's no Pokemon. There's no Harry Potter. There's no Noah, that part of the seas, and there's no Queen of England. Okay? I'm sorry, they're all fictional.
And the Reverend then goes on to say, well, that's violence and that's bad,
Right.
and that's who they really are,
Right.
and has no Bible
really are.
for it.
Right.
So it's like we're not arguing the same thing.
Right. So I don't remember if he pushes
I don't
him
give
on
a
this.
shit.
Let's see.
If your Bible doesn't like gay people, then fuck your Bible, all right? Fuck your Bible. I'll use it as a fucking fleshlight, all right? That's what I think about it.
Actually damaging in the same way that withholding food would be damaging to somebody's body.
Right.
Wow.
So do you think it's important to affirm people's lived experiences? Because you share your lived experience, you share lived experience of many queer folks who've felt better after being affirmed. So is it important to affirm people's lived experiences?
I think that that we know in part what is true and godly by like the fruits of the theology.
He's trying to get a gotcha here of some kind. I can feel it coming.
So I think that when you see theologies that affirm,
it's important to affirm people's lived experiences as long as they're not hurting anybody else. You don't affirm a pedophile, okay? Because being a pedophile hurts other people. So you don't affirm that. You can't.
Queer people leading to queer people who live joyful, healthy, happy lives, ones where they're able to find partners, ones where they're able to, start families, ones where they're able to live joyfully and abundantly in themselves and contribute to their communities. And you look at the fruits of theologies that are not queer affirming that so often lead to self-harm, to self-loathing, to self-hatred. Like those fruits for me are pretty clear indications of which of those theologies are from God and which ones are not.
You have no idea which theologies lead to the deletion of people simply because correlation is not causation. This is a very
who's to say why all these kids in religious families are offing themselves? The studies, we just ignore those, throw those out. The Bible, that's the real, that's my only science journal. It's the New Testament, baby.
Very basic breakdown of
only science journal I need.
Statistics and numbers work. Just because
fuck your science.
You find people a part of certain theologies and they delete themselves, that doesn't mean that the theology is the reason for them deleting themselves. There's all kinds of factors for why somebody would delete themselves.
I've had many conversations with people whose lived experience is that they struggled with various desires like same-sex attraction, and they found freedom from that in Jesus, and they went on long-term to live lives where they no longer struggle with that. They were no longer tempted with that. So of course I know the classic argument.
They say they're not, because if they don't say that, then they're just going to keep getting shit on by people around them. All right? Maybe some of them do have a come to Jesus moment. I'm sure it's happened, okay? I'm sure it's once in a while, once in a blue fucking moon it happens. But the thing is, being gay doesn't hurt anybody, okay? So who cares? Fuck off.
Is that's not real. They're just suppressing it. They're going to relapse. But I think that's denying the lived experiences of a lot of people who have powerful testimonies of how Jesus freed them from that. Of course, it doesn't always work.
They can have their experience. Fuck off. Take your experience and fuck off with it. Okay? Good for you. Don't go pushing that onto other people. That's where I have a problem.
Shut up. A lot of things people would
Oh,
like to
I
change
did
about
it, so you
themselves
have to do
that
it.
they failed to
Okay,
do so.
fuck off. Kiss my
He's like,
ass.
okay, checkmate. You walked right into that trap.
Yeah, he said you need to affirm
Oh, he's
lived
cooking.
experience.
Well, why can't we affirm their lived experience?
They're so cool with the kids, always cooking.
Right?
That was great.
A lot of people, for certain like addictions,
How do
they
you
struggle
do,
to manage
fellow
those,
kids?
and they
Are
keep
you be
relapsing.
cooking now?
But that doesn't mean the addiction is a fundamental
That is
part
late
of who they are,
epic.
though.
That's
right.
So, what would you say about the lived experiences of those who really have been freed by Jesus from things like same-sex attraction?
This man, the young Dr. Michael Brown in training on the debate stage.
Hey,
What did he say? One sec.
They keep relapsing,
I was
but that
gonna
doesn't mean
chat.
the addiction is a fundamental part.
Well, why can't we affirm their lived experience? Right?
That was great.
A lot of people, for certain like addictions, they struggle to manage those, and they keep relapsing. And that doesn't mean the addiction is a fundamental part of who they are, though.
That's right.
So,
The addiction actually is like congenital. Like it can be like a predisposition to addiction. And if you talk to addicts, which I have because I've worked with them, all right, I'm a former addiction nurse, mind you. There are people who say the addiction stays with you forever. It does become a fundamental part of who you are, okay? But you fight it because you hurt yourself with an addiction, okay? It's a disease. It's just like cancer, all right? It becomes a fundamental part of who you are, even if you have it for it becomes a part of you. That's part of your lived experience, okay? I'm literally saying, sorry, I'm reading chat. What I'm saying is the addictive element of you does not go away. It doesn't. And that's why you go clean. That's why you just simply don't drink alcohol anymore or do crack. Okay? Because if you do it a little bit, you're going to relapse and do it a whole lot and potentially kill yourself. You know, it does become a part of your identity, a core part.
So what would you say about the lived experiences of those who really have been freed by Jesus from things like same-sex attraction?
This man,
What do I say? Good for you. Fuck off.
Young Dr. Michael
Leave me
Brown
alone.
in
Let me
training
fuck
on the
dudes if I
debate
want.
stage.
Hey,
That's what I said.
shout out to Redeem Zoomer, bro.
Just
He's-
setting it up.
If he's so cool, hey, I'm big enough now. Bless God Studios, I challenge you to a debate. I would love to get on the debate stage with you. Come on. Let's see it. Or Redeem Zoomer. Fuck it. Okay? Hey, he does debates, you know? Here, let's see if we can get his contact info. Redeem Zoomer. I mean, he's up here doing a debate. I'd love to talk to Redeem Zoomer. Let's take a look.
The most Protestant thing.
Shut up. Twitter. Probably won't be able to message him on there. I'm going to take my thing off the screen for a... No, I'm not going to do Facebook. How about Instagram? Here we go. Perfect. Let's see, I'll say... Hi there, I saw you recently do a debate against... I'll just say I saw you recently do a debate. And was wondering if you'd be interested in having a discussion with me. I'm a progressive YouTuber and came across your content a few months ago. And I'd love to discuss your views on homosexuality and why you and whether/why you think it's bad. I typically do live streams on Tuesdays and Fridays and would if you're fine with going live, or we can simply record it. Let me know if you're interested. Perfect. Sent. Back to it.
Savage.
And
bro.
he's just sitting there, like all stoic.
Yeah.
Just waiting for this guy to finish his whole dissertation on how
Looking like he's ready to get shoved into a locker. Am I right, fellas?
words are violence, and we need to affirm people's lived experience just to drop bombs. Amazing.
I would say that, folks who, first of all, I never want to I'm never going to look at somebody's lived experience and be like, if people are living happy, joyful lives, great.
Oh,
Super
I didn't
happy
link
for
my
them.
YouTube. Hold on. Okay.
And I'm not saying that in a flip way or a sarcastic way, I really am.
Wow.
That being said, I think that if you are able to say, okay, saying that folks who, first of all, I never want to I'm never going to look at somebody's lived experience and be like, if people are living happy, joyful lives, great. I'm super happy for them.
Great.
And
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying that in
perfect.
a flip way or a sarcastic way, I really am.
Wow.
That being said, I think that if you are able to say, okay, you know what, I've been cured of these, I think that at a fundamental level, you're probably, bisexual or whatever word you want to use for it. If you can really live in a happy, joyful sexual relationship with a member of the opposite sex or opposite gender, you're probably not, gay, capital G, in the sense that I have, lots of friends who are, I'm
It doesn't matter what you are. It doesn't matter. Okay, you're happy. Great. I don't care what you call yourself. Who cares? Other people can still be gay.
By, sexually.
That was a trap answer, or a trap question. He fell into the trap, unfortunately. The answer is it doesn't matter.
Repulsed by people of the opposite gender.
I think he fell into the trap.
You're probably bi. This man is given the script to every freaking teenage girl in public school.
Well, what if someone go, yeah, seriously. What if someone goes, no, man, I wasn't. I wasn't.
I was repulsed by women, and now I love women.
And now I love women.
I love women.
Right? What if that's the thing? So anyway, I want to shout out Redeem Zoomer.
By the way, I do accept that sexuality can change over your lifetime and under certain conditions. I do accept that. But for one thing, it doesn't matter. All right? And for another thing, that you can't predict that. There's no way to predict that. There's no way to control that. It just happens sometimes. Okay? I used to think that I was completely straight. Then I found out there are some dudes that I'm into, okay? Most of them look like chicks, but they're dudes nonetheless, okay? So it can change over time, and you can come to understand yourself better in some ways, or just differently, not necessarily better, okay? But ultimately, the point is, it doesn't matter. It's not hurting anybody. So unless you can prove to me that it's hurting people, I don't give a shit.
We're working on getting him on the channel in the summertime. I think he's going to come out here. He's been crushing it. Yeah, the words of
Let's see if I
violence
can get
thing
him on the
is just
channel
so
first.
manipulative. And here's the thing: when you walk through the conclusions of someone's theology, just like I did with my buddy Tim from the New Evangelicals, I don't dislike these people. I think they make for great conversations, and I actually really enjoy hanging out with Tim. But when you walk them through every single issue under the sun, you will
resident lesbian with a boyfriend. Nice.
Come to the realization that they take the contrarian position to what most Christians hold to historically. The issues of the unborn, they talked about that in this conversation, the issue of LGTV, the issue of Transformers, the issue of drugs, the issue of promiscuity.
You're such a nerd. Stop saying LGTV. It's such nerd shit.
The
LGTV.
They land on the contrarian side of all of these issues from
I got you.
Orthodox Christian perspectives. And, anyway.
That's like some Donald Trump shit. You know what I mean? That's such liberal bullshit. Donald Trump. I'm saying that to own the Republicans. You're just doing the same thing but the opposite, from the opposite side. Okay, that's what you're doing. You're a fucking liberal.
That's a bummer. So if you want to see me and
Disgusting.
Tim from the New Evangelicals have this conversation, you can check that out here. All right. There's a lot of hope.
Yeah, no thanks. Well, that was a thing. Actually, I kind of want to watch his outro.
In Jesus' words found in John 5:24, he tells us, very truly I...
Please sell something in this. That would be so funny. He's probably not going to, but it would be so funny if he were shilling so like donate to us on Patreon, please.
Tell you, whoever hears my words and believes him who sent me has eternal life and will not be judged, but has crossed over from death to life. And that is the latest theme of our newest collection that's coming out next week. So be on the lookout for the Death to
Wait.
Life collection. Available
Yes!
only
He's
Monday
shilling a
through
product!
Sunday
Oh my
next week.
fucking
Go to
God!
blessgod.shop.
That's
Sign up on the
amazing.
email list so you don't miss the drop.
I love the Bible and God so much that I'm going to sell my shit with his writing on it. That's awesome. Oh, I can't believe I called that. That's so fucking funny. Oh, what a slimy piece of shit you are. Oh my God. That was hilarious. Whoever recommended that, Roman of Omen, thank you very much. That was good content. Delicious. Delicious. We slurped that right up. Delicious content, boys and girls and MBs. Absolutely delicious. Nice saggy. Very nice saggy. Bro said Transformers. I didn't catch that. Many parents can't even come to understand why they might be hateful. That is true, unfortunately. Sex ed's class's best effect is letting kids know what sex is so they could know what abuse was, but that's the second note. I think I'm reading somebody else's conversation. I'm sorry that I'm not reading YouTube chat very much, but like 2 people are going back and forth. Yeah, sell me a Jesus statue. You were close. There was a lot of back and forth that had nothing to do with what we were talking about, so I largely ignored it. Another case of conservatives using historically to mean in immediate living memory. True. Your debate partner says he's ready. Excellent. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
It was the heat of the moment, telling me what my heart meant. It was the heat of the moment. You can see my heart breaking. Hearts on fire, strong desire. They have a disease, and the other heart is the other one, 'cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart, that's the other one. The other one is another heart. You have 4.5 hearts. Let's see how many you have at the end, 'cause you didn't use a 3.5, maybe 2.5, maybe only 2. You have 4.5 hearts. Let's see how many you have at the end, 'cause you didn't use a you can see my heart breaking. Hearts on fire, strong desire. They have a disease, and the other heart is the other one, 'cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one
Those are great lyrics. Okay, I return. That was about 2 minutes, right? Okay, I'm gonna do a quick poll. I need you guys to tell me if you, and this is on site chat only. So if you're not in the site chat, sorry, you're gonna miss the poll. But now, never a better time to get on site chat than right now. Okay, so poll. I want you guys to tell me if you'd rather I do Risk of Rain is option A or Rocket League is option B. Risk of Rain or Rocket League. Vote. Did they go through? I don't see the vote. Is the vote there or not? No vote? Hold on. Minecraft parkour? No. Oh, right. The bot's broken. I forgot. The bot's busted right now, so we can't. Well, I'll just take a vote then. Type it out. Risk of Rain or Rocket League? ROR or RL? ROR or RL? Have a great night, Luna Rose. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, I love Gayfesh. Yeah, go spend some time with Gayfesh. If you guys want to go spend some time with Gayfesh, feel free. Risk of Rain, Risk of Rain. Rocket League, Rocket League. Rocket League, Rocket League. All right, I got 4 for Rocket League, 2 for Risk of Rain. YouTube chat, I'll be nice. I'll let you participate as well. I'll give you guys 20 seconds starting from 7 seconds from now. So 27 seconds technically, I guess. We got 3 votes for Risky Rain, 4 for Rocket League. Ten seconds. We got 4 and 4. Any tiebreaker? All right, we got a tiebreaker. Rocket League it is. We will do Rocket League. Oh, nope, 5. 5 and 5. We're back to being a tie. Any other tiebreakers? Site chat wants Rocket League. YouTube chat wants Risky Rain. Hurry up. All right, Rocket League it is. We're going with Rocket League. Hot Take Andy has broken the tie. Rocket League it is. Cheating? Oh, it's okay. It was a tie anyway. I want to do Rocket League. It's been a minute. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit less. I have to think less in Rocket League, so we'll just do Rocket League. All right, let me pull this guy in. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Let me turn you up for chat. Can you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 real quick?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll bring the microphone closer. Is this a video call?
No, unless you want it to be.
I can. I have video if you want.
Oh yeah, sure. We can put your video on. Give me just a second here.
All right.
Is it okay if I don't do video?
I don't really care either. Well, I know. I think the easiest thing to do is whatever you're doing, right? I mean, me doing video and you not, it's kind of weird, right?
That's fair. Let's just do voice if that's okay. Is that all right?
Okay, sure.
Okay, sure. All right. Well, how are you doing tonight?
Fine. It's been a while since I've done the Discord thing, but that's
okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I have a YouTube channel, and I was one of, I don't know, I was kind of one of the OG NRX people in 2018, I think. So
Gotcha.
I did a lot of Discord back then before I got married and had a kid. And I still do writing and community organizing and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
But I like dip my toes in to see what the left wing is doing, and that's, I guess, what I'm doing here tonight.
Excellent. Well, I tend to dip my toes to see what the right wing is doing constantly. I mean, that's my whole channel. So here we are. Okay. Well, do you want to go ahead and say your name and then give us a little bit about why you're here? Like,
yeah, I mean,
YouTube comments.
Yeah, I discovered your channel through my friend Aristocratic Utensil, who's, I think he's in Aiden Paladin's sphere, who I know well from the old days. And then I'm just here to kind of figure out your worldview. My own name is Dave Green. I run a channel called The Distributist. And I guess I'm most famous for doing kind of bridges between Catholic social teaching and NRX political theory, like the Italian elite school stuff, which was, and then cultural analysis type deal. That's my bread and butter back in the day. If you're familiar, I doubt you're familiar with right-wing political theory, but
I used to be a conservative.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, that's a good place to start. What were you before?
I just consider myself a conservative. Honestly, I started to lean away from that as I went through high school. So it's not like I was a conservative in much of my adult life, but I was a pretty staunch conservative as a teenager, to the extent that I would argue with people online about it, being pro-life and all that. So, that's kind of where I come from.
But you didn't have like a developed like conservative phase as an adult, though.
Not as an adult, no. But I have studied.
Yeah, I was like a communist in high school. So yeah, okay. No, I get it. And I was progressive for my college years, but it was more like an Obama thing. I never went back to anything that was super radical or that'd be considered left right now, I don't think.
Gotcha. Okay. So, what do you consider yourself now then?
Well, again, theoretically, my school thought's usually called reactionary. It should be better known as a Machiavellian political theory or realist political theory or Italian elite political theory. My ethical background is Catholic social teaching. So those are two very separate things, but I try to marry them together.
I see.
This is
Catholic background.
What?
I'm also from a Catholic background, so interesting.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if you want me to explain Italian elite theory. It's basically an extension of Machiavelli that was developed by a mathematician called Wilfred Pareto, and then further developed by a bunch of Italians in the early 20th century.
Okay, I'll be honest with you, I don't know much about that.
So. Okay, no, it's no problem. Not many people do. Okay. It was sort of repopularized via bloggers like Curtis Yarvin and I wouldn't want to say Michael Anton, but he's definitely a big scholar of Machiavelli. Yeah, I mean, that's basically, I assume that when we talk about politics, and this is going to be a prediction, I assume that our main disagreement is going to be about values and not about facts, although maybe there will be disagreements about facts. But I did catch one of your videos where you were talking to that person about the standard of evidence for determining care. And whether double-blind placebo studies are required.
Yeah, I actually made a little bit of an oopsie in that video because, as it turns out, it actually would be incredibly unethical to do a double-blind study in that instance. So.
Yeah, I mean, it might have a hard time passing institutional review board, I suppose. But this is if it comes down to that, if it comes down to I believe something is true, and you don't, and it's just a matter of you need to have a controlled experiment. We can just leave it there. We don't need to spend an hour yelling at each other and calling each other insane over that. That's kind of silly.
Yeah, but we have controlled experiments where we study people over the longevity of several years, and we see okay, are these people currently satisfied with their conditions after having done hormone therapy and all that? And the vast majority, overwhelmingly, they say, yes, I am satisfied with my care, my gender affirming care.
Yeah, but this is a standard that very few people would accept for this kind of thing. I wouldn't
actually,
accept
the
it.
American Psychiatric Association accepts
I
it.
this is another thing too. I one of the things I am fundamentally convinced that large swaths of the academy are politically corrupt and are generating bad research. And so just dropping credentials, and I got my PhD. I'm very well versed in research science.
Okay, well,
I've seen rife academic abuse. So I mean, I'll pay attention to data, but if it just can be like name dropping credentials, we can save our breath, right?
Well, you just dropped your credentials, sir.
I don't fuck them. I don't care. I'm saying that
you did drop them,
I'm not saying this because I want you to respect me. My credentials have shit to do with my opinions. I'm just saying that like my background is I saw stuff in the academia, and which led me to believe that lots of research results that we have are just, I mean, they're weak as shit. They're going to blow away the second people try to replicate them. And furthermore, people are abusing academic credentials by weighing in on things that are undecided for rank political purposes. And we go over this. I mean, the Claudine Gay stuff is a great example. That you remember that from, I don't know, does people on the left know about the whole Claudine Gay stuff?
I've never heard of Claudine Gay, no.
You didn't hear about the whole thing? She's the president of Harvard. And Mark Ruffo, Christopher Ruffo. Christopher Ruffo essentially took her research, and it's all plagiarized. It's like 100%, like her entire academic career is plagiarized, and people knew that it was plagiarized for years, and no one did anything about it.
Oh wait, I did hear about that. No, they found like they went to a plagiarism board, and they found like minimal amounts of it, and then people.
Oh no! There's huge blocks of stuff that like I went over. I talked to Ruffo about this. I've seen the stuff. It's like huge blocks of her research. It's 100% of the people's stuff. Okay, it's like not minor. Her entire career in research is essentially plagiarized.
I mean, we could talk about that, but I fail to see what that has to do with specific, like with these other studies, because you have to trust some studies, I would assume, right?
I trust data. No, I mean, right. I trust data. So if you, like, for instance, if you tell me, I mean,
which are derived from
data can be faked, obviously, right? But like, if you tell me that you've got like a double-blind experiment, then I'm going to kind of look at that. I don't think that really has anything to do with the trans issue, because let's be honest, no one is deciding the trans issue based on double-blind experiments with placebos. They have ideological preconvictions, and then they look for studies that confirm those ideological preconvictions, and then they come to the conclusion. Like, I could take a similar example, hide, like, and then put different political spin on it, and you come to different conclusions, I would assume.
The political spin that I put on it is that they say they're satisfied with their care.
Okay, so let's try this. This is a good experiment. So you're an alien.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you
this. Is fun.
Yeah, no, I like doing these experiments. Yeah, I'm going to show you an instance. So this is a population.
Okay.
It's very depressed, has a high rate of suicide.
Okay.
And there is a medical procedure that people want to take. They're complaining about depressive symptoms. They're having anxiety. It's obviously a high suicide population.
Okay.
They get the procedure. They say they're happy. And they say that their suicidal thoughts go down. Is that sufficient for you, without knowing what example I'm talking about, without knowing what example I'm talking about politically? Would that be sufficient for you, without knowing any other details, to say that is good?
With no other details, I would be inclined to say that's good, yes.
Okay. So the example I was thinking of was not actually transgenderism. It is surgery to make your face look white in Korea. Do you still think that's good?
I think that's fine.
Really?
Yeah.
You think, do you think that encouraging girls to get their faces with plastic surgery to make them look white is an effective...
So you just used an interesting word, encouraging. So what do you mean encouraging?
I mean, this is a physician-recommended way to decrease suicidality in teens, is to get your face changed to make it look more white if you are Korean. That is something that physicians say, this is recognized by our community as something that is a good option for teen girls who are depressed and have suicidal thoughts. Get your face cut to look white. Is that good?
Okay, so let's take a scenario then where you have a teenage girl saying, well, listen, I'm suicidal because my face is not white enough. Okay?
Okay, but yeah, they'll say that, right? They don't say white, right? But like...
Okay, but you said
Like if you have a teen girl and you tell her the only way that she can get plastic surgery is to say that she's depressed, she'll say that she's depressed.
Okay, well then, why would she be so desperate as to say that she's depressed? Like, does she want it that badly?
Well, because she is depressed, but
so then she's not lying.
No, I don't think that anyone's lying about being depressed.
Okay.
I just think that in both instances, both the get your face plastic surgery to look white and the variety of gender confirming solutions that have been floated for teenagers, the idea that this is like a good thing that should be presented as a solution to these depression problems is like, just having them say, I have less suicidal thoughts afterwards is not sufficient evidence. It's not in the plastic surgery case.
Why not?
And it's not. Okay, so I did ask that question. So you think that the doctor should be going around saying, getting your face reconfigured to look white is a good... Why wouldn't it be? Why shouldn't the medical associations
because there are better solutions for depression in general. But
okay, excellent. There are better solutions for depression in general.
Let me finish. You talked for a while now. Let me finish. There are better solutions for depression in general, but depression can also be secondary to gender dysphoria. So if it's secondary to something else, you have to solve the underlying issue. Now, if you have a teenage girl saying, my underlying issue is that my face isn't white enough, and that's why I'm depressed, and that's why I'm getting suicidal, then I say, yeah, I'd rather she have a whiter face than be suicidal. That's fine.
Oh, I'd rather people get treatment of any kind rather than kill themselves. Sure. That's fine. But the reason why, your guest wanted a double-blind test is for just this reason that I outlined here, that you can quite clearly see in these Korean girls wanting to get their faces changed to look more Caucasian. Look, you can say whatever you want to, and this is...
What about a double-blind test for insulin? What do you think?
A double-blind test, we can... First of all, we can... What do you mean double blind?
We set it up because we give one group an actual insulin injection for their diabetes, and the other group we give a placebo.
I think they might have actually done that before the institutional review boards. You probably couldn't get that passed.
You would kill people, right?
But that's you're confusing an ethical question with just like an epistemological one. Well, the question is, how do we know?
Do you accept that gender dysphoria can lead to suicidality?
I do not believe in gender. I believe that depression leads to suicidality.
Yeah, and it can.
I believe untreated depression. I do not believe there is sufficient evidence to show that the depression epidemics are driven by. And you can say that I'm wrong. We could look at
data by all the data we have. You are.
No, we don't need to relitigate this stupid conversation again. If you have a bunch, this is another thing too that you do with a lot of things like this. Depression leads to suicidality in the same way that looking Asian leads to suicidality in Korea. Would you appreciate that? Yeah. No, okay. There we go. That's my answer. Looking Korean, gender dysphoria leads to suicidality in the same way that looking Korean leads to suicidality.
You didn't even let me answer the question you posed.
Shoot.
Okay. Pose it again, please.
I answered your question. I was just answering a question. Did I ask one?
You asked a question.
Well, I don't remember. What question did I ask?
You asked, would you say something about suicidality? Something about suicidality being equal to wanting your
Yeah. Does looking Korean lead to suicidality in Korea?
No.
Okay, then gender dysphoria does not lead to suicidality. It might for some
people. If you look in the
mirror, sure, great, but it's the same thing, right? I'm not willing to grant the gender dysphoria. Okay, what do you want to talk now?
If there is a girl in Korea who says my face looks too Korean and I am suicidal, secondary to the fact that my face looks too Korean, I would say, yeah, go ahead, give her the surgery. She'll be she'll be happier. Okay.
So I fundamentally. I like the Korean example because it allows us to disaggregate this from the emotional politics that are involved in transgenderism. I do not think that it is a healthy avenue to pursue, to encourage girls, or even to lead. Now let me talk. I do not think that in the Korean example, and I use the same standard for the transgenderism one, that it is a healthy approach for a medical system to take to treat depression by encouraging people to get cosmetic surgery to change their body to look like different races or whatever. That's what's essentially going on in the Korean example.
It's depression secondary to dysphoria, though.
But we can't do I don't know. If I thought really hard, maybe I could think of an ethical way to set up an experiment that was double blind. But since we can't do the double blind experiment, we could never disaggregate secondary and primary effects in this way.
Yes, you can.
So,
you can ask subjective questions.
No,
You do a
subjective questions
analysis.
won't disaggregate it because you can't rely on the answers you get back.
Mr. PhD, I'm an RN. So I know that there's a subjective analysis in medicine. We do that all the time. We do it for
Yeah,
pain,
but
we
it
do for
won't
depression, we do it
disaggregate
for
primary and
anxiety,
secondary effects.
And we do it for gender dysphoria. No, it will dissociate that.
So you can ask people, and they'll be able. So you're basing this on their statements of their
Yes,
emotional state.
You have to, yes. That's the only thing you can go on. The same thing for pain. Unless you want to do a pain brain scan every time somebody has like a 3 out of 10 of pain and they need Tylenol.
So in the Korean example, if they tell us that the depression effects was because they had a Korean-looking face, then we would naturally assume that the Korean face made them depressed because they said so.
I would want more studies on that because that's
Okay, but no. You just contradicted yourself.
No, I
A second ago, you said you
you're
didn't.
being
need
very
those.
uncharitable, my good sir.
No,
You're
I
being
don't
very
give a shit.
uncharitable.
Like, I'm trying to hold you to some standards here, okay? Like, this is
okay,
you
go
can
ahead.
railroad
Hold me
over,
to
like,
My
whatever
body's ready. Hold me.
Yeah. So look. Are you certain based on this? Are you certain based on this evidence that you have right now that this is right, or are you still like? This is another good question, right? Like, do you think that? Are you certain about this, or are you saying like we just have to make the decision?
99% of people who have who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria and go on to get gender affirming therapy say that their lives have improved as a result. Not all of their depression goes away necessarily, but they do report having less depression overall and less anxiety overall.
Yeah, and so, but when I
99%.
changed that to the race example, you said you need additional studies.
If we
Why?
had the same thing going on, I've never heard of it, so I need to look into it more. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that.
Okay, but you can imagine. You can imagine the scenario,
I'm imagining
right?
it. So let's imagine it. So if it's true that looking Korean, just in your scenario, has like 99% of people who get this surgery that are diagnosed with like Korean dysphoria or whatever are less depressed and less anxious, then yes, I think that's fine.
Based on their self-reporting alone.
Yes.
So the net result will be a medical establishment that will present racial cosmetic surgery as a solution to
And if
potential
it improves
depression,
people's livelihoods, then great.
based on the teen self-reporting. I say we can
you
end the cover. We don't need to
continue-
belabor the point. I just think that that's
But
like
you
that
continue
conclusion
but you have follow-up
is
appointments.
not very effective. Like
You don't just you don't just go to the
Okay, but
doctor.
I thought you
once.
said that it was sufficient, that their self-report is their self-reporting sufficient or is it not sufficient? It's a yes
But
or no
as a
question.
gender dysphoric person, you have to continue. Like everybody goes.
I'm talking
to
about the
doctor
Korean
all
example, not the
time.
gender dysphoria when it's too emotional.
Ask. What's your question?
Is the self-reporting about the result of the surgery sufficient or not sufficient? This is binary to being able to present this as an effective solution to depressive symptoms.
If you take one person, and they're depressed.
It's a yes or no question.
Okay, I'm answering the yes or no question. Give me a second to set it up.
Cool.
If you take one person and they say they are depressed because their face looks too Korean and they want their face to be white, okay, is that the scenario you're setting up? Yes? And they say that, that after the surgery, their depression and anxiety goes down. Is that the scenario you're setting up? I just want
That's what they tell you that their
They tell you
depression
that.
is.
Okay, then great. Then
Is
go
that
forward with
sufficient?
it. Yes.
So, and the net result will be a medical establishment that presents racial cosmetic surgery as
Okay, I don't care.
And we can end the conversation here. That's fine for this rung. I don't not think that conclusion is effective or a good way to practice medicine.
What's your solution?
Because essentially it will match cosmetic
Then
fat.
what's your solution then?
My solution is to directly confront depression. So depression and
but it's
anxiety.
secondary, but we've
Depression and
already
anxiety.
said-
Do you want my solution? Well, first of all, what's your name? Is
You
it
just
Gunter
gave
or
your
is it
solution.
Alec?
I disagree. Huh?
Is it Gunter or is it Alec?
Either one's fine. I usually go by Alec, but either one's fine.
So wait. So if you heard my solution, what is my solution that I just
You
said?
said your solution is even though the depression is the secondary symptom of the primary, you
No. That's the contention. That's unresolved. I do not
then
believe
you're just
that.
wrong then, because you're still comparing this to gender dysphoria.
You're saying,
and it's been
okay,
established that gender dysphoria is the primary diagnosis and depression is the secondary effect of that
what is
primary diagnosis.
self-reporting cannot establish that, and we're
Yes,
getting
it
in the
can.
we's again.
Okay,
So,
if you go to your
here's a good example. So these people with gender dysphoria now, like depression has skyrocketed since 2008. We agree to that, right?
I'll take your word for it. I'd have to look.
And anxiety.
I believe you.
Okay, and teen suicide's also up too, right?
I'll take your word for it.
If it started skyrocketing in 2008, probably the driver for that is statistically,
Wasn't there a market crash in 2008?
Well, yeah, the crash happened in 2007. The depression goes up a little bit in 2008. It really hits the gas in 2012. If you are looking for research on this, the person who I recommend you look for is Jonathan Haidt, who's currently releasing a book. Excellent author overall. His Righteous Mind I can't recommend enough. Jonathan Haidt believes it is essentially the iPhone that's driving this, especially among teen girls.
There's
And
like a million factors though that could explain the rise in depression.
oh yeah,
They're just
and they go through
arbitrarily-
all of them in his book. If you want to go through them, I can't prattle off the charts right here in the chat. Oh, you want me to? You want to get into the the R squared analysis of depression? I mean, I'm just saying what his opinion would be.
Okay, I mean, I don't know the guy, so I can't really speak to that. But if it's relevant, then I'd like it to be brought up. That's all.
The depression in most people is driven by lack of community, lack of exercise, weight,
Depression is caused by all kinds of things. It can be.
Well, I'm saying what most. So, for instance, I did a study a few weeks ago, or actually a few months ago. There's this huge fiasco with a lot of these SSRI medicines apparently just not working on replication. Did you catch that?
No. Which one would that be?
Well, again, I don't have the study in front of me, but there was this a study where they compared the effectiveness of SSRIs versus just getting more exercise and seeing people on a regular basis, and like SSRIs beat out, or like they get beaten by all of like the natural ways of just kind of like fixing depression.
Did they do one with both?
Yeah, they did some cross references. It might not be that strong of a study. We'd have to see.
Okay.
But the thing is that the depressive symptoms, the explosion of them since 2012. I mean, so you're saying it's the economy?
It could be.
Well, of course,
I mean,
it could be anything.
I would guess at that first. I mean, if you're struggling with depression and you're a transgender person who has no money, no home, no livelihood, no anything to your name, I'm gonna say that it's probably the not having anything to your name that's causing the depression before. Like I would have, it's probably a combination of both.
But since this explosion happened in 2012, this same person would be the same type of person.
Sorry.
2008 was it started 2008 to 12 it exploded. Since it exploded around that time period, then this same trans person in the same situation would be less depressed in 2006.
I don't know. Like it would be. I mean, I would assume if their economic situation is worse, then they would probably be less depressed in 2006.
And why would the economy affect teenagers who aren't generally participating in the economy? That's another thing. If it's the economy that's driving it, why would the economy affect teenagers who don't largely participate in the economy?
Because their parents are being affected by it. But like I was affected by it. So we had to have mac and cheese like every night for like months. And we had to move into like a $30,000 house that was run down. Like
I don't know. I don't see that. I don't see this as driving teen depression, like eating mac and cheese or whatever. Like it's
less food. You don't see that as a possible causative factor of depression?
I mean, if you're under caloric, yeah, but not like average Americans aren't under caloric. They're getting way too many calories. They're overweight. That's probably.
But
you think the depression's being caused by malnutrition?
It can be caused by, like I said, it can be caused by a number of factors. It's not the best understood mental illness. Like we understand some things about it, and we have medications for it.
I might actually agree with that, but that's why trying to derive where it comes from is so kind of it's so inconclusive, right?
Well, it can come from many things, like gender dysphoria.
Yeah, it can come from also. It can come from not getting the plastic surgery you wanted, right?
That's why subjective analysis is so important. You get the history on the patient, and you get a read on what their life is like and what trials and tribulations they're going through, and then you go from there. You don't just say, like, you wouldn't go to somebody like, if you're saying, yeah, I have no money, no job, no food, no house, no family, no friends, and also I'm a little bit gender dysphoric, it would not be proper to draw the conclusion that, yes, it's the gender dysphoria that is absolutely causing your depression. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of factors there, and they should all be fixed. There's an individualized approach that you have to take in medicine for each person.
Yeah, I mean, I think about these problems statistically, and the fact that there's so much comorbidity with depression and anxiety and other things like BPD leads me to believe that the fact that we have a good handle on the individual effects of like this gender dysphoria stuff. And this is the other thing too. Like, I don't actually think that this is, I think that gender dysphoria, I mean, a lot of people are saying now that that's not actually the reason why people transition, right? There was this whole article by Andrea Long Chu in New York Magazine about how we shouldn't see transitioning as a way to fight gender dysphoria. It is instead just an expression of the individual will.
Okay. I'm not sure what. I'm sorry. I'm failing to see the relevance.
The relevance. I do not think that gender dysphoria is what's driving the push towards transgenderism. I think that the belief is that this is a right whether you're diagnosed with gender dysphoria or not. And I think that that's the idea. I think that there's an ideological root for this, generally speaking.
What's your evidence for that?
I mean, it's all circumstantial evidence because that's all we have.
A data statistics guy. Like, the data statistics align with my side more than yours.
No. We would have to. So silly. You'd have. I mean, the thing is that we're trying to infer this from like just looking at what's happened. I mean, for instance, if we would, I mean, I could if I cited studies right now, like. What would that accomplish? I'm just kind of curious.
I would be able to look at them and see.
Like, for instance, there's a study from Finland that came out last week that showed that suicidality was not decreased by people getting transgender surgeries. Like, would that be sufficient? Like, just last week this came out. Yeah, I believe obviously Matt Walsh covered it. I mean, but you're gonna read through it in the stream.
I could. Yeah, I could just look at the results and conclusion.
I mean, I think the more productive way.
But do you think that people should be allowed to get it?
I don't. Okay, this is This is where I was. If you ask me for the relevance of the previous statement, you just hit on it right now. This is why the reason why I'm not just like opening up my folder full of PDFs and piling through the notations is I don't think it's a proper use of our time. The thing is that I believe that I assert, I'm guessing here, is it Alec or Gunter? You say it was Alec?
Just call me Alec. You can just call me Alec.
Alec. I'm guessing that even if a person did not have gender dysphoria, you would still support the goodness of being able to get the surgery and all the other attendant changes just because they wanted it.
Sure. Why not?
Okay, so it doesn't have anything to do with gender dysphoria. That's just a smokescreen for the real philosophical disagreement, which is that you think that the freedom of choice is primary. And I'm looking at other considerations. And this is why I said is that the fundamental difference between you and me will not be a difference of fact, it'll be a difference of value. The facts are more or less just a smokescreen.
But the fact is that people with gender dysphoria have better lives after gender affirmation therapy and other treatments. That's the fact.
That's being contested.
Okay, by what?
Look, are we going to keep on circling the drain on this? Like, don't you want to move? Don't you want to move on to the philosophical conversation? Like, are we just debated this? We just debated this. Like, we went back and forth for all the reasons why I thought for like 20 minutes.
But you didn't say why people should not be allowed. Like, I fail to see why people should not be allowed.
People should not be allowed to. I mean, I mean, for cosmetic surgery should be discouraged because it's unhealthy.
What about
the population?
Do you know what gynecomastia is?
What's that?
That's when a boy grows tits. Should he be allowed? Like, let's say that a boy grows tits and he's looking in the mirror and he's having major like he's having depression as a result of it. Should he be allowed surgery?
It depends.
Oh, it depends. I thought we weren't doing cosmetic surgeries. Especially not
I don't agree with cosmetic surgeries generally.
Right, so you don't agree that
if it's rectification for a physical abnormality that can be detected outside of psychology.
It's not hurting him.
See, I don't believe that psychology. I don't believe that psychological phenomenon should be driving like physical surgeries.
Okay, great.
If this
So
is a
you don't think-
hormonal
so then you
imbalance,
don't-
then
so
we can
then-
talk
so
about
then you
that.
don't. But then you don't think that he should get it because this is purely psychological. There's nothing physically wrong with having a boy with tits. Like, there's nothing physically wrong with him. In fact, there are plenty of boys with gynecomastia who like their tits, actually. So should they get the surgery?
I don't really care one way or the other. I suppose it's not really relevant to my value system.
Yes, it is, because you said
you're saying it is.
Well, but it is because you don't think that gender. Okay, so what about a girl? What if she wants what about a girl with tits who doesn't want tits anymore? Should she be
okay? But so is this just the question of like where we draw the line between an actual medical? I don't believe that girls should be cutting off their tits because they don't like them.
Okay, but you think that boys should be allowed?
I didn't say that. I said it has no relevance. I had to see what the actual
gynecomastia is a real thing, and
I'm not familiar with this disease. I'd have to see what the consequences
are.
What is the medical
I'm interested in this. So now that you know the disease, should boys be allowed to get the surgery? Yes or no?
I don't see why, but I don't know. I mean,
Okay,
maybe there's
because
some
it's
medical.
causing them
Maybe if I
depression.
look more into it, there would be some compelling evidence that would indicate there would be some harm to the body politic if it wasn't done.
But on its face, no. You're fine with boys having tits and being depressed about it. Yes.
I don't think that I don't think that really is. I have to look more into the condition because I'm not familiar with it. But
I just explained it. It's not that complicated.
Good, this is so
it's not
insufferable.
complicated.
No, okay, well,
I know it
fine. I
probably
mean,
is.
do you want me to have you comment on?
On what?
Do you want me to have you comment on the cause? I mean, this is what is so frustrating about this conversation. If you're trying to grill me on a system that I don't properly understand without me being able to do
It's a
back
boy with
research, it
tits.
kind of like goes. I said that probably not. I gave you my answer, and then you keep on re-asking it, like
Well,
expecting to get
because
something
you're
different.
fine with boys having tits and being depressed about it.
I don't think depression is being driven by characteristics of
Ha ha!
kids'
Look at the boy with
bodies aren't
tits. Ha
caused by
ha!
physics. I think it's
Ha ha
caused.
ha! Look at the
by-
boy with tits. He has tits. Everybody, look.
I'm sorry. Is this?
Look,
is this
he goes home
serious?
at night and he looks in the mirror, and he has tits, and he's sad about it, and he's very upset, and we're all making fun of him. Ha ha! And he's not allowed to get surgery to correct
This is
that,
like
right? But that's what happens.
Okay.
So
And
should
people
he
and people
be
get
allowed the
and people get
surgery?
made fun of for having ugly faces. Like this is
Okay, but it's causing
there's a
severe
case
distress.
for
There are
saying okay,
people-
like as an adult, people
But what
can
if
get
he's
cosmetic
suicidal?
surgery.
There are
We
people
can
who
talk
go-
about that.
but there are boys
trying to
who-
treat suicide with cosmetic surgery does not strike me as an effective way to deal with depression. Now, if there's some other medical condition
Well,
like
that's- you're just
hormonal
wrong
imbalance, and the doctor says because of health that we need to do this, that's a different story. But I'd have to look into that.
Psychology,
but if it's just
your
cosmetics,
psychology-
then the answer is probably no.
Psychology and psychiatry are both fields of health, my friend. Do you know
Yeah,
that?
I think, of course.
It's called mental health.
I mean, well, and that's more or less nominal, right? We could just call them fields of health, or we could call them fields of
No,
psych-
they are fields of health. They're interrelated with the body. They are fields of health.
Sure, I don't.
A
I think
psychiatrist
that
is a real doctor.
A number of instances where
Is a
you
psychiatrist a real
have to
doctor?
essentially do cosmetic surgery to
do you
cure a
think?
psychiatric illness is very, very small. So the probability.
Oh,
that
an
this
illness. Wait, I
effective
thought that
use of
I thought that psychiatric stuff wasn't like real health.
I said no. I said it was more or less a matter of just, it's just whatever you want to call it.
But you called it an illness.
Look, can you just get to the substance and stop trying to nail me?
I'm
with
just
these
trying to figure
words?
out if you think psychology and psychiatry are like fields of medicine or not. Because if you don't think
I
they
don't
are,
care.
then...
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
What?
You think that they're not, apparently.
Wait, what? If I thought it was irrelevant and I told you it didn't matter, why now are you asserting that I have a definite opinion about it?
Why is it irrelevant?
You're not even being consistent with the words you're trying to force into my mouth.
I'm sure I'm not.
Okay, I don't. The general rule I have and we should really move on to the philosophy because that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
Is that I do not generally think, except in some very strange circumstances for which I'd have to have details, which we can't do right now. I don't think that cosmetic surgery should generally be used to address psychological problems that adolescents have. Now, maybe something extraordinary is happening and we can make an exception, but we'd really have to look into it.
Like gender dysphoria?
And I'd want a lot of randomized control trials to justify doing it. I can't just do it from reporting. That's my statement. Now, that answers all of your questions. The fundamental thing I think we have is a values question, right? Like, you believe that the value of personal choice and liberty is primary, and I do not. And that's probably what's driving our disagreement, right?
I would heavily disagree with that. Sure, we can talk about it.
Okay, well, actually, here's an interesting question. The original, I wasn't even supposed to be coming on here talking about this. Original thing I wanted to talk about was was the video that aristocratic utensil made about the whole fascism thing.
Oh,
I thought that was kind of silly.
Okay.
What was, I mean, can you kind of go over that? I mean, it almost seemed like you were using fascism to indicate virtually all belief systems that existed before 1946.
I will fully admit that fascism is a very loose term. And when I call somebody a fascist, usually I'm invoking an idea from a very nebulous pool of ideas. So fascism
were all humans fascist before 1946?
No, I don't think so. But I don't think all humans were fascist ever. I think that there is an innate kind of instinct that a lot of people have that could lead one to fascism, such as fear of the other or an appeal to nature. But rather than defining exactly what fascism is, which I could refer you over to Umberto Eco's like tenets of fascism.
Yeah, that's.
I just think that that's better than what I could provide you. I'm just not smart enough to give
Umberto
you an exact
Eco. I
definition.
admire him as I admire him as a literary critic and as an author. I loved Foucault's Pendulum in high school. But his definition of fascism sucks. It applies to everything. Right? Like, it's like you just go down the line. I mean, it was communism fascism.
No, but
well then
we probably
his
disagree on what
definition
communism
shit,
is.
Right? If communism is fascism and like Israel is fascism and the United States is fascism and monarchy is fascism and Elizabeth I was fascism, if everything is fascism, it's like a Humpty Dumpty definition. It's like,
my definition is if you disagree with me, you're a fascist. That's my definition. There you go.
Okay, that's a useless definition, right?
I know.
Okay, but it's like it's so stupid, right? It's so stupid. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, is that do you guys on the left find this useful, just like calling all the other ideas?
I'm just yanking your chain. Like when I call somebody a fascist, like I said, it is a loosey-goosey definition that I'm pulling from, but I still think it's useful because I don't like those people. I'm fine with calling people fascists that I don't like their political ideologies.
That's like
I think that
that's kind of immature. That's like playground.
I think once it reaches I don't think it's immature. Once it reaches a certain extreme, I think it's fine. Like if you think, for instance,
was
like
Aristotle
Hitler,
a fascist?
we can both agree that Hitler was a fascist. Yes.
He was a Nazi. It's a related ideology.
But you don't think he was a fascist?
I use fascism narrowly. I mean, I don't want to argue over definitions, but I would consider fascism to be pretty much only Mussolini and maybe Franco and a few other. You want to become like a broad family, then I guess you could toss in Nazism and Peronism, and what was that Brazilian?
But we can agree that
Nazism,
Nazism,
multiracial, whatever.
Nazism's bad, right?
Yeah, it's not an effective government system.
But it's bad, right? We can agree it's bad.
Nazis
not just because it's not effective governing, but because it hurts people, right? Like
I do not. I believe leaders hurt people. Ideologies.
I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you think Nazism is bad?
I think Nazism is ineffective. I do not use bad.
Ineffective and bad are very.
Hitler was
things,
evil. Nazism is ineffective, and Nazism probably created some of that, right? Okay.
What if
let me invert this. Is communism bad?
Generally, I don't think so. No.
You don't think so? Communism killed about 10 times the amount of people as Nazism did.
I think that capitalism killed 10 times the amount of people that communism.
I'm not talking about like vague economic forces. I'm talking about like they literally planned out and murdered them. This is ridiculous.
But see. This is why I'm not interested. In
Are we here defending Stalin? This is. I mean, maybe we should talk about this. Like, well, I mean, if we're saying that
Stalin was an authoritarian,
Stalin killed a million people in the same way that United States killed a million people in the 90s because it didn't give enough aid to Africa.
My goal, whatever you want to call it, at the end of the day, I want to maximize freedom for the most amount of people possible. That's my ideology.
And this is useful. Freedom for me is useless outside of a moral system. For me, freedom is meaningless. The most important thing is to ensure the survival of the human race, and I would say the more upstanding nature of the human race, or the human race's relationship with God. But to put it irreligiously, salus populi suprema lex. And I think freedom can be a useful way to achieve that. I would, all things being equal, rather have a free society, because morality only really makes sense if people willingly choose it. But I don't see any moral imperative to let people kill themselves on the street with heroin.
You live in the United States.
Yeah.
And you don't like freedom? Get out! I tell you what, get out. I'm just saying, I love freedom. I want to maximize freedom for as many people as possible.
Libertarian.
I'm a libertarian socialist, I guess. Would be the closest approximation.
I mean, words. Right.
Sure.
I mean, who knows that means? I'm sure everyone would define that differently about what they wanted to allow and what they didn't want to allow.
Okay, let me ask you.
A better test would be.
Let me ask you a question.
If someone is taking heroin on the street and killing themselves, do you take the heroin away from them? This is not like a hypothetical question. In my former hometown,
you say, "Hey,
there's literally people who are just killing themselves with heroin."
Okay, what? I have an answer to this, and they did a study, or not a study. They actually implemented a policy in Portugal, where doctors said they were having a huge drug problem, and the government finally said, "Okay, this problem is way too bad. We need to consult the doctors on this." And they consulted the doctors. You know what the doctors said? They said, why don't you just let people, you need to decriminalize heroin. You need to decriminalize crack, all of it. Decriminalize all the drugs and let people use them, and let us control when they use them and how they use them in safe rooms with safe equipment that's clean, so that they don't kill themselves with unsanitary equipment and botched products.
I'm aware of this policy from being tried in Seattle and Vancouver.
Hold on. At the same time, we give them material that encourages them to stop. We say, because nobody wants to be addicted. You know that, right? Not really. Nobody wants an addiction. So we give them material that helps them.
They choose it.
There are some choices they make that lead to an addiction sometimes, but nobody chooses an addiction.
Okay,
if you sit down and say,
everybody on the street has already chosen not to be an addict. So if I just take the drugs away, I'm acting in coordination with their choice.
If they could choose to not be addicted, they 99 times out of 100 would choose not to be addicted.
Okay, so they already chose. So we'll just take the drugs away. Yeah, we'll just because
but you take the drugs away, but then
no one wants to be addicted, then we'll just take the drugs away and hold them in an institution until they completely go cold turkey. So these sort of safe. So these sort of we'll just let people do drugs.
But I have demonstrable evidence.
This was also tried in places in places like Seattle and San Francisco and Vancouver, which are places where I lived most of my life, between on the Bay Area generally, and then Seattle and Vancouver. And these sort of just let people do drugs and give them clean needles. This is not.
Would you rather have clean needles or dirty needles?
I'd rather take the drugs away from them. I've already told you what my policy.
Right, but that wasn't one of the choices. Clean needles or dirty needles?
I don't care.
They're going to do the drug either way. Problem. No, it's not. We tried taking the drugs away.
If they're in a cell, if they're in a cell in an insane asylum, they will not do drugs because they will not have access to them.
Okay, I don't like insane asylums. All we do is call people retarded, throw them in there with a straitjacket in a soft room where we can forget about them.
Now they're literally killing themselves in the streets of San Francisco.
I'd rather them kill themselves. Upgraded their lives. You know what? I would rather them kill themselves on heroin than be locked in an asylum.
Really?
Yes.
You know who wouldn't?
Who?
Their families.
I don't care.
There are numerous families of people who are killing themselves in San Francisco.
They're individual. They can make choices. They have freedom, damn it.
They have freedom. Individualism. Fuck individualism. You are not an individual. You are part of a society. You are part of a family that produced you. And you do not have the right to murder yourself on the street and put your family through hell.
You are so
because
lame,
you
man.
feel
Individualism's awesome. I fucking love freedom.
No, go fuck yourself with your individualism.
All right, buddy.
Go fuck your individualism. That's what I have to say to it.
Okay. All right. Good talk. And yes, he is a fascist. Well, that was fun. Dude is ideologically possessed. Dude, he was so lame. Like, that entire thing was just bullshit from start to finish. Holy shit. Yeah, what a loser, for real. It was fun, though. I haven't had a good debate like that in a while, guys. I feel rejuvenated. I feel impassioned. What's his name? Good question. I actually forgot to check before I banned him. Oh, Dave Green. Here we go. Block. Queen Laura, can you keep an eye on YouTube chat and just see if he shows up? And if he does, ban him. He DMing you? If he's trying to, he's blocked, so it won't work. What is this ungodly hour? I used to stream at this time all the time. He said the Nazis were ineffective. Yeah, he just would not say that they're bad. Like, that was a slam dunk debate. No contest. GG. No re. I did get a little bit impassioned there at the end, but I think that was well deserved. I thought that was a really good debate. That's gonna knock the socks off my audience, dude. That's gonna really get the YouTubers gears grinding. Oh boy, my feet are getting cold. I had to turn off my heat so that it didn't come through the microphone. His voice was cracking at the end. It sounded like he was really upset. I don't know how anybody watched. Like, just so you guys know, that was like a that was one of the Spoon friends. The what's his name? The Aristocratic Tool. That was one of his friends. Not a fascist, though. No, I'm fine calling him a fascist. One of the little spoons, yeah. The Little Dipper. Fuck your individualism. I got a PhD followed by, I don't care about credentials. It was so funny. I thought I did pretty good. I think, honestly, that's probably the best approach to take in debates generally. It's just like disaffected. I want to know what his PhD is in. I don't give a shit. Whatever it's in, it's useless. He's a walking L. He sounded like he was gonna cry. He kind of did. Same gay voice? No, it's all good. Like, I think it's fine to say that, like, fascists and right-wingers like that, who are probably homophobic anyway, have gay voices. Because we don't, like, we're not saying that to be mean. We're just saying, I don't care if you have a gay voice. But he does. It's emasculating. He sounded like a theory nerd, is what he sounded like. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. Pissed on my fucking wife. That's right, he took out his fucking quilly dick out, and he pissed on my fucking wife. Said his dick was this big. And I said, that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. Guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. Right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like two balls in a bong. Now I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. That, Obama. I pissed on the moon, you idiot. Oh. I don't know this part. By the way, I never said thank you to the person who super chatted me earlier, and I'm so sorry. $10 super chat from earlier, and I didn't even read it. I'm so sorry. Here, let me pull it up now, actually. Because that's a thing I can do. From Roman Omen. Here's my support. Candace's throw up. Big up pimp from your boy. Big ups pimp from your boy Jerome. Oh, Roman Omen, that's right. Hey. You. Yes, you. Hold on. I owe him this now cuz I missed his hold on. Wait, no, it's youtube.com/@Roman Omen. Yeah, he's cool as fuck. Go subscribe to Roman Omen. I'll link him. He's gonna start making content soon. He promises. This is not it. Hold on. Sorry. Wrong profile. Hold on, wrong profile! Don't follow that guy. Follow this guy. There he is. Roman of Omen. He's gonna start making content soon, he promises. Go follow him, I owe him that. He's the guy, so if you don't know who he is, let me give you a brief introduction to Roman Omen. Roman of Omen. He's this guy.
Is the problem. You know, at one point I had like a black sun.
He's a former fascist. He's a reformed former fascist.
You know, at one point I had like a black sun flag in my room. I had...
Oh, jeez.
I knew a friend who somebody auctioned off a pair of socks that were Adolf Hitler's from like an old hotel in Europe.
What?
He had those.
Yeah. He was a huge nerd for a while. Ah, there you are. It's the distributist. I know, you think you found my trigger. You did a great job, but I'm so triggered. I'm so... Ah, how dare you! How dare you, sir! Oh, I'm so triggered. Oh, the distributist, you've triggered me. Oh, I'll never make it. I'll never make it. Guys, I think I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh, I'm so triggered. Oh. You're right, buddy. Good job. You did it. You did it. You really did it. Yeah, he was just in YouTube chat. I just banned him. Thank you for the $10, and I'm so sorry for not recognizing you earlier, my friend. Go follow Roman Omen. He's in site chat. Look at that. He's right there in the bottom right. That's Roman Omen. Go subscribe. Go follow. Whatever. Do the thing. I ain't done yet. I got one more in me. Here, I want to watch... You know what I want to watch? Hold on. Not that. That's my playlist. With my horrible thumbnails. I used to have the worst thumbnails, man. There we go. Think before you sleep. Let's see what he's got going on lately. Oh. Woke YouTubers trying to deplatform me. A fat acceptance cartoon. How woke... Man, he hasn't upload... He doesn't really not upload much. Ooh, the consequences of woke parenting. We've already seen the problem with men being feminized. I kind of want to see this. Dang, missed it. Up yours, woke moralists. Tipster got destroyed by Boogie 2988. That did not happen. That straight up did not happen.
Just about being treated poorly by Anidia Sarkeesian at VidCon. So he was speaking out against like Gamergators at the time, right? And now he's decided he wants to...
Sorry, this just showed up on my feed. We won't pester the small boys. Distributus debated Vosh and cried like a child who didn't get his way. It was pathetic. That's hilarious. I believe that. Yeah, Boogie's poop. And not for the reasons that conservatives think he's poop, by the way, which they do. Everybody hates him. It's a very sad existence. All right, let's do this. Woke parenting. What is it? Why is it bad? I don't know, but I'm ready to find out. Think before you sleep. Renowned friend of the channel. Not really, he's not. But think before you sleep. He's a fun lolcow that I like to make fun of now and then. He's got incel energy, but I believe he actually dates somebody. He dates that one chick, the fat shaming chick that I shit on that one time. I forget her name. If the rumors are to be believed, by the way. So good on him. He's dating the worst woman in existence. But anyway, the consequences of woke parenting. Now, I want to have kids one day. I don't have them yet, but I want them. And at some point, when I have them, my philosophy is going to be raise them to be decent human beings who empathize with other people, who don't see other people as flawed due to things that they can't control about themselves. You know, if they act out, I've kind of thought this over, right? Here, let me bring the full screen for a second. I thought this over. So, like, let's say that my kid does something that I don't want him to do. What would be more effective? Like, let's say that he's, I'll use an example that a parent just told me recently. Okay, so, a funny story. A parent just told me recently that they had their kids one time take wax crayons and hold them up to the light, you know, and they would melt all over the table, you know? And it ruined everything. Another thing that they did was like they clogged the toilet or something, and then there was like water everywhere in the bathroom, and they were just splashing around in the water, right? It's things like that. So, what do you do when your kid does something like that? My philosophy is you act disappointed. You say, you know, that's not something you're supposed to do. Now you explain the consequences. Now I have to clean all of this up, okay? And I don't like that. Children seek affirmation from their parents, always. So acting disappointed is probably the best route to go. And, you know, another important aspect of that is giving your kids an alternative. Because if your kid wants to be splashing around with toilet water on the floor, you can probably give them an alternative to that, like splashing around in a pool outside, right? Instead, you know, you give them an alternative to that negative activity. That's the clinically proven way to enforce good behavior in your children, right? So that's kind of my philosophy when it comes to parenting. I still think that punishment is good sometimes, but it should be used few times and far between. I just think that reinforcing, replacing bad behaviors with good ones is the best way to go. Because that way they feel like they can still have their freedom while not doing something that's going to cause you problems. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's my philosophy with parenting. I do hope to be a parent one day, just not yet. I'm not financially prepared yet, which you can help, by the way, by giving me money. You can give me all of your money if you want, unless you can't afford it. But you can give me money and using the description links below. I'm just saying. You can do it while you're during my live stream. You can do it during the YouTube video that you're watching. Just give me money. Give me all of your money if you can afford it. So anyway, sorry. I'm drinking a little bit. But anyway. The consequences of rogue parenting from Think Before You Sleep. Let's just jump right into it. I'll stop rambling.
Is Asa. I am 6 years old and I do drag.
Asa is a baby drag.
Okay, I don't like this for one reason. It seems like you're objectifying your kid. Like it strikes me as a child pageant thing. You know what I mean? I don't know for sure, but it strikes me as something that it could be perceived as like a child pageant. It's a little weird. Exactly, Travenoid. It's a little weird. I don't like it.
Drag queen.
He started doing this 4, 5, now 6 years old. He is by far the
But like wearing these clothes in the comfort of your own home, I don't really care that much.
youngest performer we've seen.
There's even adult performers that sometimes we can outperform.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is the next RuPaul.
Did anyone think to ask if this was age appropriate? Anyone? Are we
I think that last one actually. This one, I'm more okay with this one. I think that this person is covered up enough. This child is covered up enough, and like the audience seems to be accepting parents. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on it, really.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is the next RuPaul.
Did anyone think to ask if this was age appropriate?
Should kids be performing at all? I think it's fine for kids to perform. You know, they do it all the time in movies and stuff, but I just don't want them doing it in a sexualized way. And some of that, I don't know.
Anyone? Are we just letting kids
I'd
do
have to
whatever
know
they
more
want
about
with
the
no
exact
parenting at all?
scenario.
Or are these kids actually being used as a means to an end to fulfill some kind of weird fantasy of the...
See, like, the kid's covered. This seems fine. I don't know.
Adults around them, but maybe there's something I'm not seeing.
What do you think the biggest misconception of Asa and what he's doing is?
Well, I think there's a few. People who don't like what we believe can sometimes be...
Wait, what did that say? Jesus said, "For this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife." Mark 10:7.
Can sometimes be violent.
I love the way that Vice edited this. The interviewer asks, "What do you think the biggest misconception is?" Followed by, "Well, there's a few misconceptions. People don't like us." Good job, Vice. Excellent way to start the video with a non-answer. Eventually, they do answer the question over 10 minutes later at the end of the documentary.
Kids in adult clothes is weird. I don't know. It's a complicated situation. As long as nobody is sexualizing the kid, I don't care.
After their critics have already been demonized as unreasonable.
I think televising it or like posting it to the internet has a lot of problems. I think that's where I have criticism. If it's contained to like people that you know are safe, then who cares? I'm sorry, who cares?
They say, a misconception is that our son is being forced to do this. While that does sound like a reasonable argument because maybe some people are saying that force is a factor, in reality, this is actually a straw man argument because force is not the main concern from critics. The main concern is that kids are being manipulated into willingly doing inappropriate stuff like this by
manipulated. Wait, hold on.
Adults who are creepy. With that said, this interview is from a Vice series called Child's Play.
I think that's possible, but I don't know. I'll let him keep going.
It features Aaron and Jen and their 6-year-old son, Asa, who does drag. While Vice appears to portray this family favorably by labeling all critics as hate mobs without showing their arguments, this whole situation begs the question of why. I have no problem with people identifying with or being a part of the LGBT community, but if you want to do things like drag dancing on stage, why can't you just wait till you're older? What's so urgent?
Okay, I'm curious. if he would have a problem with them doing it, if they were in like gender appropriate clothing, you know, like I can see his point. There was some sussy stuff going on there. Kid seems happy though. Yeah, but even if the kid seems happy, I think that there is something to be said for like objectifying a child. You know what I mean? Like performance art with a child needs to be done very tactfully. And I think that in some ways, what they were doing there could be harmful. If they're like, you know, especially if they're posting it to the internet, or it's like an open event for just any old person to come in unchecked, you know what I mean? Like, if you have performance art going on with a child, you have got to be tactful about how you go about it, okay? You can't just let any old fuck see them. You can't.
Why do kids have to be exposed to and participate in drag? More importantly,
gotta be,
how does a 6-year-old even know what this stuff is?
One of Asa's favorite pastimes since he was a toddler was dancing.
He would watch a lot of Kids Bop videos, and then we noticed that he's trying to do the dances that they're doing in the music videos.
I was fully unaware that Kids Bop was still a thing. I thought that brand died in the 2000s. Despite that, what you'll see happen throughout this video is that Jen and Aaron are very dishonest in the way they portray what they're doing. Clearly, they are used to pushback and have scripted responses to common objections that people have to their behavior. So they start the conversation by saying, "This isn't anything strange. He was just dancing along to Kids Bop videos. What's wrong with dancing?" Now that his behavior has been portrayed as innocent, because obviously there isn't anything inherently wrong with—
Yeah, but they were just explaining how it started, you know? Like where it came from, like why he wanted to do this, you know? And I think dancing is fine, and I'm sure he thinks dancing is fine as well. I'm not going to say he doesn't think that. I don't know.
With most forms of stage dancing like tap, ballet, or break dancing, but there's a difference between stuff like that and stuff that is not child-friendly.
My thing is, I'm never going to post my child to the internet, and I'm probably never going to let my child like be on television. And if I do, I'm going to be there with them and making sure that nothing sussy is going on.
Like pole dancing or twerking. That being said, how do we go from Kids Bop to drag?
I would say the real conversation.
Okay, but what is drag at the end of the day, right? It's just a child who is one gender dressing up as a child who is the other gender. That's drag, like for children at least. For adults, it's adults, but that's what drag is. A person of one gender dressing up as a person of the other gender, and that's fine. I don't have any problem with that.
About drag started the first time that he
Usually
went to
in a
Pride
very
with us.
exaggerated
the first time
way.
that we took any of our kids to Pride, Asa was 4. You thought it would be a good way to bring our kids in.
Okay, real quick criticism.
Kids to Pride, Asa was 4.
There's too much going on with the flag at this point. Sorry. It's just an ugly flag. We've got to get a new one.
Thought it would be a good way to bring our kids in and let them see the diversity of the world around us.
Drag is just a performance? Okay, but yes, but so is like child beauty pageants. And there's a lot of problematic elements of child beauty pageants. I just think that they should be banned.
The music came on for the main stage. Asa was like, "What's that music? I want to know," and grabbed me by the hand, and there was a drag performance going on. He's just sat there kind of watching in awe, and he turned to me and said, "Could I do that?"
You took—
Here, hold on. Let's see the drag performance, shall we?
No, and grabbed me by the hand, and there was a drag performance going on.
I can't see the drag performance very well, but they look well clothed.
Just sat there kind of watching
Look, there's nothing wrong with what this person's wearing. Who cares?
In awe, and he turned to me and said, "Could I do that?"
You took your 6-year-old son to a pride parade at 4 years old? Why the
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a pride parade. Who cares?
hell would you take a young child to pride? Pride parades are about celebrating sexuality, and a 4-year-old does not need to be learning about sexuality or diversity.
I had a girlfriend when I was in kindergarten, man. Like, sexuality does not mean the same thing as sex. Just because it has, I know that like this concept is very difficult for the pea-brained conservatives to understand, but sexuality does not inherently mean sex. It simply means, and also drag, it has nothing to do with sexuality. You can have completely straight drag dancers who just like dressing up as the opposite gender. Like, they exist, okay? You know, like, it's just drag. It's just dressing up in something that the opposite gender would dress up in anyway, you know? Like, would you have a problem with it if it was Madonna? or like some other female performer. I'm just saying.
In a place where people are displaying kinks. In fact, a 4-year-old should know nothing about sex. Contrary to what a lot of people still seem to believe, kids are not tiny adults. You can't expose them to certain...
Kids should know something about sex. You know what they should know? They should know how to defend themselves against sexual predators. Okay? They should know what somebody, when somebody's trying to sexually abuse them. Okay? They should know how to defend themselves from that and how to report it if it happens. Otherwise, you're opening them up to like grooming and sexual abuse and stuff like that. So they should know something about sex.
certain information until they get older
Not
because
much,
that
just
information is traumatizing to them, and they'll develop pathological behaviors in adulthood like addiction if they're exposed to certain stuff too early. Stop exposing kids to the adult.
Okay. He's trying his best, but like what he just said exposed that like he has no clue what he's talking about. You know what I mean? Like he has a very loose understanding of how this works.
Adult world.
Very loose.
It's not good for them. I mean, I can't even show a lot of the stuff that commonly goes on at pride parades on YouTube without getting penalized.
Like what?
So I can't imagine why it's legal to publicly display things like sexual.
Oh, here we go. I think this is a little bit weird, yeah. But like, I don't know. Kids see weird things all the time. I don't know how much I care. I can see this being weird though.
Kinks out on the street where everyone can see it. I mean, these are some very irresponsible parents.
I was still kind of new to the concept of the LGBTQ community. I'd never really been exposed to it.
That pic is not from Pride? No, there you go.
Where everyone can see it.
It's
I
not
mean,
from
these
Pride.
are some very irresponsible parents.
Do you have evidence of that, by the way? Yeah, it's fine. Either way, like, I would let my kid watch that.
I was still
I'll just say
kind
that.
of new to the concept of the LGBTQ community. I'd never really been exposed to it, never been around it.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all. There's no way this guy is straight. Even the people in the...
Here's what I will say. Of all, like, Michael Knowles thinks that it's okay for kids to watch South Park. You guys remember that? So I would rather my kids see somebody in that outfit than watch South Park. I'm just saying.
Comments agree. But you're a terrible liar, Aaron, and there's no
Wait,
way
what?
this guy is straight. Even the...
How the fuck do you know that? Because he has a lisp? Maybe he's bisexual. Who cares? Maybe he's straight and just has a lisp. Who cares? You know, I know somebody with a lisp who's straight. So what?
The people in the comments agree. But you're a terrible liar, Aaron, and even if you are being honest, it's still...
As a gay guy, yeah.
Even the people in the
Because you can't be a bigot if you're gay, famously. Dave Rubin proved that.
Comments agree. But you're a terrible liar, Aaron, and even if you are being honest, it's still irresponsible to take your kids to Pride. It would be like, gee, I've never been...
What's Alex's take on kink at Pride? I think that you should make it an adult-oriented event that you discourage people from taking their children to. But I do think that they should be, like, allowed. You know, as long as they're fully... Like, if they're covering the bits, there's really not much I can say. Like, let's take, you know... Woman in swimsuit. Here, let me go on webcam for a sec. Here. Like, okay. Kids see this at the beach all the time. Is that okay? Is that fine? Like, are you fine with your kids seeing this? And if so, then why are you not fine with your kids seeing other things that are like fully clothed? You know what I mean? Like, it's all arbitrary. So I don't have a strong opinion on it. I think that in general, kink at Pride is fine. As long as like you're discouraging people from bringing their kids there. And if people bring their kids there, guess what? That's on the parents. Like, I'm sorry, that's on the parents. You don't get to dictate my freedom just because other people are bad parents. You know what I mean? Like, I'm freedom pilled. Sorry, brother. If you don't like it, get out.
To a nightclub before, but I thought I would take my kids there so they could experience diversity in people's behaviors and learn about intoxication.
The watermarks, yeah.
This whole feigning ignorance thing they're doing is ridiculous.
Hold on, I need to...
all about
But I thought I would take my kids there so they could experience diversity in people's behaviors and learn about intoxication.
Okay, but a nightclub is different from Pride, you know? And also the picture apparently that you showed is not from Pride, it's from a kink event.
This whole feigning ignorance thing they're doing is ridiculous.
I'm all about our family being allies, but It never occurred to me that we'd be a part of that community at this point in our lives.
It never occurred to you? You literally brought a 4-year-old impressionable child to the event. The only reason he knows about this stuff...
Okay, pride events are just that. They're just like parades. They're parties. Like, assuming they're discouraging people from doing kink, like, and they're all, like, covering the bits. I don't care that much. I really don't.
Is because you were very forward about exposing your kids to diversity, and when the 4-year-old kid said, "Can I try drag dancing?" instead of saying, "No, that's for adults," you asked him if he wanted a dress.
Following that, for the next year, Asa...
Okay, but drag dancing isn't just for adults. You know why? Because a girl can wear that outfit and you'd have no problem with it, but suddenly a boy does it and you do. Why? It's because you're sexist. That's why.
Was just obsessed with drag. And so the conversations led to, would Asa ever want to wear a dress?
Did Asa say he wanted a dress, or did you ask him if he wanted a dress? Because if you asked him if he wanted a dress, that's you leading...
You're assuming things. You know what happens when you assume things, my friend? I'm just saying.
...him into the behavior, and not a natural proclivity because he likes kids bop dancing.
Oh yeah, because a kid could never want a dress, right? A kid could never want a piece of clothing that you don't deem acceptable, right? A kid could never just want that. I'm just saying.
Also, were you continuously exposing him to RuPaul? Are you allowing him to view content on TV that's not age appropriate? Or was he asking to watch drag shows so
Why are you fanficking your way into their lives? Shut up.
Much that you just couldn't possibly bear it? Because it seems a lot more likely to me that he was led into this stuff in the disguise of exposing him to diversity.
Okay, well,
instead of...
You're assuming things. Once again, guess what happens when you assume things? For those who don't know, you make an ass out of you and me.
Naturally desiring it. Their whole game plan is to make it look like they are good and supportive parents by saying, well, we're just doing what he wants. When in reality, they're actively pushing their kid towards drag, or at the very least, they're ignoring the fact that kids want to do things that are bad for them all the time. And it's a parent's job to say no.
He said to me one day...
How is okay, hold on. Let's look at this outfit. What's wrong with this outfit? What's wrong with it? I'd love to know. You let a girl wear this, why not a boy? I'd love to know.
Said to me one day, I am going to go put on my dress. And
also, I want to point out, kids in general are just like very gender neutral looking. You know what I mean? Like you can't really tell just besides the haircut, usually, what fucking gender a kid is just by looking at them. You know, they're not sexually developed. That's on purpose. You know, that's by design. I'm just saying, that's by biological design.
Going to go put on my dress and I'm going to sing and you're going to video me and put me on Facebook so everybody can give me likes.
And the answer to that request?
Okay, this is where I unfortunately am going to have to agree with him because I know the answer to the request is no. You're not going on the internet. You can do whatever you want in the privacy of our home. You can do whatever you want with our friends and family. But when it comes to strangers and the internet, no. No. That's too dangerous. Nope.
Should be no. You're a child, and this is not appropriate for a child. Stop publicly posting pictures of your kids online. That's how creeps get access to them. I mean, this is so bad. Some parent thought it was a good idea to film their 5-year-old daughter doing a squat from the back and put it on Instagram. I don't think YouTube will let me get away with showing the comments, but needless to say, there are a lot of people in the comment section that should be in jail. If you post your kid dancing in drag, you're going to attract this kind of audience as well. But as I said, though they won't admit to it, it's clear that Aaron and Jen are pushing their son Asa into
Okay, I don't like think before you sleep, but I will agree with him that that is a bad thing to do. Don't fucking do that. Holy shit.
Drag by rewarding it with praise and attention.
It was a year after.
Okay, but drag is just dressing up as the opposite gender.
After their first performance.
Like, this is fine.
I took him to go perform. It was an amazing.
Assuming these are all like friends and family, like If you want to record it for yourselves, that's fine, but don't post it up on the internet. You know, like, that's just asking for trouble.
To go perform. It was an amazing performance.
Wow.
Like, you want to post cute pictures of you with your kids on Facebook to show Aunt Betty or whatever, that's fine. I have no problem with that. You want to post a cute picture of your kid dancing or a cute gif or whatever, fine. But it should be for you and your friends' eyes only, not strangers.
Wow, that crowd cheered very loudly after he removed his cape. Interesting. What do you call it when a person is praised for removing clothing while dancing and then receives money for their performance from the audience? No.
Come on, that's a little silly.
Nobody sees a problem with this? After seeing that Asa wanted to upload a drag video to Facebook for likes, and then seeing the massive amount of attention that he gets from crowds, nobody is concerned that he is merely engaging in this because of how much praise he's received.
Next, you're going to say that, like, kids can't perform in dance competitions. Which, by the way, dance competitions do have a lot of problems with them with sexualizing kids, okay? But in concept, I don't disagree that kids should be allowed to perform in dance competitions. I think that's fine. Just don't, like, go posting it publicly for freaks to look at. You know what I mean? Don't dress them in skimpy clothing. That's all.
Receiving the amount of gaslighting here is just
Lucifer
ridiculous.
Riding. Thank you.
If he was
I still think that people wouldn't be mad if he was doing ballet. Exactly.
a girl doing these exact same things,
yes,
no one would be saying anything.
True.
Are you kidding? It absolutely would not be fine. In fact, leftists...
Actually, yeah, sorry. I'm getting a little tipsy. I do agree that you shouldn't be doing that with, like, okay, so in terms of dressing up like that and dancing like that, I think that's fine. In terms of posting it to the internet and letting total strangers freak out about it, you know, like, or be freaks about it, I should say. Yes, that is a problematic element.
Have rightfully been screaming about child beauty pageants for years, where similar behavior occurs with little girls.
I mean, this actually is a perfect representation of the whole, like,
Hassan!
protect our children move. You know what I mean? All this wave of right-wing content creators that are like gross, creepy perverts who fucking defend child beauty pageants, who defend fucking child brides, for example, say insanely sus shit like, the most fertile a woman is when she's 16 years old. Like,
True.
Those fucking freakazoids are also the same freakazoids who are like, oh yeah, we gotta protect our children from, like, trans people existing.
Though I don't like the whataboutism from wokies trying to use child beauty pageants as a way to own conservatives on child drag shows, when the reality is that both of these things should be illegal. They are both...
Yeah, I don't like publicizing children, period. I just, like, don't, like, I don't know, don't make a pariah out of children. Don't dress them in, like, don't be weird about kids. Is it that hard? Just don't be weird about kids. That's all. Don't post them where weirdos can get to them.
Both bad for children. So anyway, let's get to the part where the parents wave their kid around to achieve their political goals. A part of this Vice piece talks about a bill in Nebraska that would ban minors from being present at drag shows, and Aaron and the family go to protest that bill.
On that day, it was just going to be...
No, I disagree with that. Children should be allowed to go to age-appropriate drag shows. I think that's fine.
the two of us speaking. He did want to come and he did want to wear his fancy
that
new
outfit's
dress. That he
fine.
just
Nothing
gotten.
wrong with it.
Your son wanted to go to the meeting? Yeah, right. I can just imagine him saying, you know what, Dad? I would love to sit through a 4-hour council meeting.
Look at how excited he is. Look how excited he is. Look.
Dress that he had just gotten.
Yeah, I believe him.
Speaking. He did want to come and he did want to wear his fancy
Look
new
at
dress.
that. That's unbridled child joy. What are you talking about? Yeah, he's dancing. That's great. That's fine. Just don't post your kid on the internet. That's the only problem I have with this. Don't do it.
Dress that he had just gotten.
Your son wanted to go to the meeting? Yeah, right. I can just imagine him saying, you know what, Dad? I would love to sit through a 4-hour council meeting. Forget how inappropriate it is to use your child to push your politics.
Okay, and if he gets bored, guess what you can do? Walk out. If your kid likes dressing up in dresses, and that's like his fixation, okay, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Because there is no way a 6-year-old is volunteering to go to a government meeting.
Jen got her turn to speak. I got my turn to speak. Asa turned to me and whispered in my ear, "Can I sit in the chair and speak too?" And I said, "Yes, you can." And he said, "Yeah, I do want to speak, but can you sit next to me?" And I said, "That's not a problem. I'm sure they will allow that." I knew that I had to give him some questions.
I was a very outspoken 6-year-old, okay? I definitely would have done something like this.
I knew he wouldn't produce a testimony good enough to impress people, so I had to prompt him with questions to make him sound better.
Yeah, Giga Chad
is it really
6-year-old.
Asa speaking, or is it just you trying to get a child to say what you want him to say?
All of this is simply projecting your own ideas of what's actually happening. Like your own ideas of what you think is happening over what's actually happening is what I'm trying to say. Like what's actually happening is probably what the parents saying is happening. Okay? You're just making shit up. You're fanficking this, buddy.
I'll note that Asa didn't speak until 3 hours into the meeting, and he was prompted by his dad the entire time he spoke. Also, I don't know if this is how the parents framed it or it's how Vice edited the video, but from their statements and from what was shown, you would conclude that mom spoke, then dad spoke, then Asa asked to speak because he was inspired by his parents. What actually happened is that Asa spoke first, then his mom right after, and then his dad like 30 minutes later. This framing from the documentary suggests that they were kind of trying to make a spectacle of Asa's speech, and Vice tried to hide that by making people think his parents spoke before he did. They're taking advantage of people's ignorance here. As for the
I mean, maybe Vice edited the video a little bit. I don't really care that much.
actual meeting, I did happen to sit through the whole thing, and while there were many people who opposed the anti-drag bill who said completely ridiculous crap, the most reasonable concern was that the bill was just too broadly worded and could make any instance of
For purposes of this section, drag show means a performance in which the main aspect of the performance is a performer which exhibits a gender identity that is different than the performer's gender assigned at birth using clothing, makeup, or other physical markers, and the performer sings, lip syncs, dances, or otherwise performs before an audience for entertainment. Yeah, I think that's stupid. You know what girls wear? Jeans, sweatshirts, button-ups, jackets. They wear all those things. Why can't I not, as a man, wear a dress if I fucking want to? Why not? Give me one good reason. One good fucking reason. What if I want to wear a dress? That's my God-given fucking right. I live in the United Goddamn States of America. That is my right to wear a dress if I fucking want to. Shut up.
a
Get out.
performance in
I
front of
cast you
minors
out.
with clothing that does not represent your biological sex as illegal, like, say, a school play where a girl dresses as Peter Pan. I did read the bill, and I do agree that it's too vague and should be reworded to go after what is actually the problem, which are the very many cases of sexualized performances that have been filmed occurring in front of children.
Yeah, if it's a sexualized performance, I agree it should not be performed in front of children. I have seen, like, this is weird. This is fucking weird. This is weird, okay? I don't like this. I do agree with that.
I have serious doubts that parents like Aaron and Jen don't know about these performances, considering that they cited Libs of TikTok during the Vice documentary, and Libs of TikTok has shown a lot of evidence of inappropriate drag happening in front of kids.
There is indecent drag, but it doesn't have.
Libs of TikTok is also a stochastic terrorist who encouraged, I don't want to say encouraged, but definitely spurred on through their content bomb threats against the children's hospital. I'm just saying.
Happen in front of children.
It's not like, surprise, there's kids in the front row now.
I actually watched a lot of the opposers of the bill deny these performances existing, even though they are on camera and well known.
There's nothing inherently...
No, they exist. There are some really weird fucking drag performances that exist. I will bite that bullet. And they should not be allowed to have kids there. I agree. But there are also drag shows that are completely appropriate. You know? You would never be upset about a kid going to a fashion model showing, right? Once again, I must stress, right? We're fine with kids seeing this. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine because this is at a beach. This would be considered underwear in any other context. But because she's standing on a beach, now it's fine. It's totally fine when kids see this. But suddenly drag performances, oh no, we can't do that. That's bad. Why? I ask, why?
Sexual about drag.
She is very
There's
fun.
nothing sexual about it. Sometimes
That is true.
we push the limits, but those are not shows where minors are present. Children are generally not.
Those are not shows where minors are encouraged to be present. Okay? If you're a bad fucking parent, you might bring your kid to that. And you shouldn't. All right? But some people are just bad parents. You know?
Present at drag shows hosted in bars.
There's nothing inherently sexual about dress. There's nothing inherently sexual about clothes.
I really don't see why we can't all agree that performances like these are wrong, no matter.
Okay. But this, it's not the clothing that makes this sexualized. It's the performance as a whole.
What ideological team you're on. Now that the nuance.
Also, like, wait, what do you mean okay, I'm going to be uncharitable for a minute and assume that, and take him at his word. A performance like this is not wrong. You can have a performance like this, no problem. I just wouldn't bring my kid to it.
That performances like these are wrong, no matter what ideological team you're on. Now that the nuance of this has been explained, I still.
To be charitable, I'll assume it means wrong for kids to see. Which I would agree. I don't think that kids should see this. This looks sexualized to me.
No matter what ideological team you're on. Now that the nuance of this has been explained, I still find it appalling that Asa's parents had him testify at this hearing. Personally, I would take any testimony from a child with a grain of salt, because we don't know what's going on in the home that led to this behavior. Even victims of extreme abuse, such as this one from the We're All Insane podcast, will avidly defend their abusers while they're being abused, and even promote their abuser's ideology.
But the kid looked happy. The kid looked happy and healthy. There was no abuse going on there.
Only to realize how awful.
Besides posting the kid online, that's the abuse. Don't do
the
that.
situation was years later. I'm not saying this is happening to Asa, but it is very easy to coach, manipulate, or coerce a kid into saying what you want them to say, and that's why children should not be involved in politics. Especially.
You think it's so easy to coerce a kid into saying what you want them to say? Yeah, no, it's not. It's really not. I've worked with kids. I used to coach gymnastics, children's gymnastics. A lot of people don't know that. I used to coach children's gymnastics. And let me tell you something. Those little fucks are very hard to control sometimes, okay? I'm just saying.
Especially young children like a 6-year-old. And certainly, these parents have no problem with lying or distorting the truth multiple times during the documentary, like this moment here.
I knew that I had to give him some questions. I said, how does drag make you feel? He went to that mic and he said, does it make you feel
powerful?
I am reading chat, by the way.
When he said powerful to me, that was like, whew, the weight of that word just hit me so hard because I still wasn't sure where I was at with performing drag at that point.
Yeah, that's actually a lie. You knew exactly where you were with Asa performing drag because you pretty insistently claimed.
But you're just assuming things. Like you're not the child expert here, okay? I know you like to think that you're the expert on everything, man, but you're not.
And that you would make sure that Asa does drag, whether this bill passes or not.
If this bill were to pass, we will not
This is gross.
allowing him to dance in a dress in our home. He has performed already in other states. He will continue to perform in other states. He will continue to perform in Lincoln and Omaha as long as he is allowed to.
Okay, if you're going to let your kids do performances in drag, not in drag, whatever, every single person present there has to be background checked. Background check all of them. I don't care. Background check every single one of them. If you are going to a performance that involves children, you need a background check. I don't care if the kid's yours. I don't care if the kid's someone else's. Background check. That's my only complaint. Every single person there needs to be background checked.
Legally, we want him to be the most affirmed child that he can be.
Someone might point out that he spoke after Asa, and those words could have been inspired by what Asa said. To that, I'll say, remember that they or Vice tried to hide the fact that Asa spoke first. Second, you can see he's reading off a printed out script.
How do you feel about it? It's like 100% encouraging him to pick his own words. That's not leading him at all. I agree. And also, who cares if he's going off of a script? Okay? Listen, I've spoken, okay, hold on. A lot of you guys haven't seen this, but I've spoken at Ohio's school board meeting. We have a lot of new people, so let me refresh you. Alec Gunter, Ohio School Board. I had a script during both of my appearances here. I had a script here.
Hello, my name is Alec Leindecker. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a registered nurse working toward my psychiatric nurse practitioner license. I'm here today speaking on behalf of my partner, a non-binary teacher, as well
So
as
much
some individuals
bigger!
who could not be here today due to stalking and harassment they've received since their last appearance here. This is my third board meeting regarding the Title IX resolution, and through my time here, I've heard numerous statements made in favor of the resolution, from vague religious gestures to debunked lies about litter boxes in schools. But the dominant theme seems to be parents' rights, so I wanted to speak a bit about my views on that topic specifically. Because I'm a
Okay, yeah, you guys get the idea. If you want to watch the rest of it, I'll link it in chat, and I'll link it in the YouTube video as well. That was uploaded by Hot Take Andy in the chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Actually, both
Yeah,
him and his wife read off a script.
My point was
so he already planned to say that.
My point was I had a script for that. There's nothing wrong with having a script. You can still mean what you say.
Printed out script. Actually, both him and his wife read off a script, so he already planned to say that stuff. Here's them distorting the truth again.
So what?
It really is no different than anything that happens at a dance recital.
Yes.
I'm a little bit tipsy, so maybe I missed this point there, but like there's nothing wrong with using a script.
Because at a dance recital, kids commonly have dollar bills given to them by the audience. Personally, I can think of only one other place where that kind of activity occurs. And if you think that's the only time this kid has been given money for drag, you'd be wrong. Here's another example. There's one here too, and here's one more. Being that money is...
Hold on, what? Sorry.
...occurs. And if you think that's the only time this kid has been given money for drag, you'd be wrong. Here's another example. There's one here too, and here's one more.
I have a nuanced take on this. I think that it's a little weird, but we tip people who are underage for all kinds of things. Like, what if he was doing a newspaper business and you give him an extra $1 for that? Nobody would think that that's wrong. So what's the deal? Like, he's fully clothed. I'm going to assume that all of these excuse me. Oh, I'm going to assume that all these people have been vetted. So, like, I don't know. I don't care that much. As long as they're not, like, weirdo strangers. That's my big thing. Vet everybody, and then I don't care what happens after that. As long as it's all legal.
Being that money is involved, how do we know that this kid isn't being heavily driven to do these performances because he's getting a bonus in his allowance? Even so...
This is a problem with capitalism, my friend. You don't like capitalism. I'm just saying.
Oh, we all know it's being mimicked here. And what part of this is child-friendly?
We get told a lot from performers and people in the community that people do kind of see Lulu as hope of what's to come for the future in the community.
Well, considering the material...
Okay, honestly, it's a little weird, guys. I don't... Vet everybody. If you vet everybody, it's fine. Okay? If everybody there is safe to be around, it's fine. But if you're letting strangers in to see kids perform, I don't like that. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
The people who have that take probably need to spend some time behind bars. But it's not like this is all a new thing. Boundaries...
Yeah, who can tell this child is a boy out of context? Exactly. Like, would you be putting... Like, he did bring up the child pageant thing. So... My issue is not connected to the fact that he's dressing like a girl. My issue is connected to the fact that people are going to sexualize him. You know what I mean? Like, that's the main thing. It's the pageant. Yeah, it's pageantry stuff. Yeah.
Around children have been pretty poorly protected throughout the ages. You think stuff like creeps at Nickelodeon using LGBT as a disguise to expose
I've seen this video. There's nothing wrong with it.
Children to inappropriate stuff is new? No.
Wait. Tell me what's inappropriate about anything that he just showed here.
Boundaries around children have been pretty poorly protected.
Contest. Find the inappropriate part.
Protected throughout the ages. You think stuff like creeps at Nickelodeon using LGBT...
Okay, so we got beavers and rainbows. We've got alligators in spacesuits. We've got a woman, supposedly, dressed as a woman at least, in a rainbow outfit.
He as a disguise to expose...
Singing.
Children to inappropriate stuff is new?
We've got some bears and rainbows. Wasn't appropriate. Big hair is sexual? True. I've always thought things like pageants are incredibly weird. Little girls at beauty pageants are weird because oftentimes they're pushed into it by controlling mothers. Even if they're not pushed into it by controlling mothers, I just think that beauty pageants are weird. If you're going to have a beauty pageant for kids, everyone there needs to be vetted. Everyone there needs to be vetted. They can do it, That's fine, but everyone there needs to be safe and vetted. That's all I'm saying.
No, these companies have been doing that stuff for years. Have you ever investigated why the
Bears
logo
don't
for
have pants
Nickelodeon used
on.
to be a foot? Or why there were a number of
True.
gags on kids shows that involve kids playing with their feet?
Ah! Ew! Oh, my eyes! Oh! Oh, why would you show that? I'm sorry. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Well, one of the higher-ups at that company, Dan Schneider, had a foot fetish, so if you
I
didn't
don't
already know
like
that,
it.
you're welcome for ruining your childhood. Speaking of iCarly...
Why would you show that, though? Ew! Oh, I don't like it.
This actor in this kissing scene is 23, while Miranda Cosgrove is 16. How about Zoe...
Dubsy, censor that. For everyone on YouTube watching, that was iCarly showing feet, and I don't like it.
101. Here Victoria Justice is 14, and the actor she's doing the kissing scene with is either 20 or 21, depending on when they filmed the episode, because the episode was filmed around his birthday. Who in the hell thought this was appropriate? And remember, they shoot these scenes a ton of times with a crew of adults watching and giving direction. This whole thing begs the question of, if there are thousands of people trying out for these roles, then what's the issue with just finding actors who are the same or close in age? Or just don't do the scenes at all? It's no wonder people like Hannah Pearl Davis have these weird boundaries when it comes to minors. The sad...
Whoa! I forgot about this tweet. This is a banger, man. Holy shit. Woo! Pearly things. Holy shit.
Us have these weird boundaries when it comes to minors. The sad thing is that though this stuff you see involving kids on libs of TikTok is bad, personally, it's not even the thing I'm most concerned about when it comes to protecting children. I think a big part of the reason that so many people can roll their eyes at this stuff, ignore it, or outright support it is because the next thing they're thinking is, well, look at what kids have access to on their computer and their phones.
Let's be real. This ain't nothing to kids nowadays. I grew up with the internet as a kid teen and was able to find stuff, quote unquote, back then in 2002, where now it's literally so easy to find stuff and most teens have phones. I don't think they would be fazed by this content. No, you should discourage kids from watching porn. Sorry. Like, kids should not watch porn. Your kids, if you have kids, they're going to find porn. Accept that and roll with it. But the solution is not to take away their access to the internet or anything like that. It's to discourage them from the porn and give them alternatives to the porn. You know what I mean? Like, the more you try to restrict a child from doing something, the more they're going to want to do it. So you should have some restrictions, but it should be just enough to discourage them from doing it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, talk to your kids about internet safety. Exactly. Mila Kunis was like 15 in her first kissing scene with Ashton Kutcher. Yeah, wasn't Ashton Kutcher like a fucking adult in that? There's a lot of weird shit that goes on in Hollywood, I'll be honest. I don't like it. We don't claim her, she's one of yours? Oh, you mean, sorry, I'm getting up there. Good sex ed. I know a lot of kids and teens that turn to porn as a means to learn about sex because their sex ed was abhorrent. Yeah. In PowerPoint porn, so they think it's boring.
This was a comment
True.
that was said quite...
And this one is... I mean... Wait. You mean sex ed? Oh, yeah, sex ed in PowerPoint form, yeah.
Quite a lot during the recent Twitch event where they allowed artistic nudity, which basically turned it into a cam girl site within a few hours. And
I was going to do a bit, and then I dropped the bit. Sorry. Oof, boy. I'm going to be done after this. Whew.
Place where people were drawing full-on pornography and titling their videos as if they were on the internet's favorite adult hub website.
Porn bad for kids.
Let's keep in mind that Twitch is a website where they play games like Fortnite, Among Us, or Fall Guys, which are all games that young children play. Considering that the just chatting section is the most popular category, those kids are just one accidental click away from being exposed to adult content without even having to click on a box that says, "Are you 18?"
Okay, I'm sorry, your kid should not be on Twitch. Twitch is like for 16 and up. I'll accept 16. But if you're younger than 16, no, you don't get to be on Twitch. And if you're letting your kids be on Twitch before they're 16, you're just wrong. Sorry.
In the time period when artistic nudity was allowed, there was inappropriate content uncensored right in the thumbnails. These are viewable without clicking any form of age verification or consent, and you don't even have to be logged in. By the way, these inappropriate thumbnails can still currently be found on Twitch in the Just Chatting section, as well as the art section, which still has a lot of people drawing lewd content.
Lollycoin! Sorry, I was yawning. I was about to yawn and then I didn't. Yeah, Lollycoin.
Basically, there are always multiple creators drawing hentai in the art section of a website that children use, and those
have sex, receive punishment to celebrate failing the test. Roughly what it is says in Japanese. What, teacher?
that children use, and those artists aren't always drawing characters that are adults. But it's okay because...
Yeah, I used to think that porn on Twitch would be fine, but anymore, enough kids access Twitch that I don't think it'd be fine. Even if you have an adult section, no, I'm sorry. It's too accessible for children.
Most of the time, the girls technically have clothes on. Not that it even matters, because you can simply just click yes to the "Are you 18" question and proceed to view the content. You don't even have to log in. Yes, I'm aware that you're supposed...
Okay, but that's for every porn website. I'm just saying. You should have specific sites dedicated to porn and also have, a check saying, yes, I'm 18. And I know that's not going to stop every kid. I know that. Believe me, I looked at porn before I was 18. Most people do. Most people find porn before they're 18. You should still discourage it. You should still give your kids alternatives. And all you can do is educate and give alternatives. That's all you can do. Educate and give alternatives. That's it. Okay? If you make it illegal, then you're taking away freedom from adults, first of all. And second of all, you're just telling the kids that, they need to be more sneaky about it. That's it.
Supposed to be 13 to be on Twitch, but considering that they don't require you to sign in for even the most restricted parts of the
13's
website,
too young.
You know that plenty of kids that are far...
You should have to be 16 to be on Twitch.
...or younger than that are on Twitch because children's games are being streamed. The fact that no one went to prison for artistic nudity on Twitch just baffles me, because if that was done in a public square, you would have been locked up and put on a registry for a number of years.
Wait, there's artistic nudity everywhere. Hold on. There's a difference between sexual nudity and artistic nudity, and the line is very blurry, to be fair. But I do think that the human body is fine for a child to look at. I don't find issue with a child studying the human body in an academic setting. That's just education, okay? They have a body, and they look at themselves naked in the mirror, okay? I have news for you. And not in the mirror. The kids do that all the time, all right? Kids should be educated on that stuff. I think that's fine, as long as it's in an academic, educational setting, not in a sexual one.
Yet if it happens on the internet, it's totally fine. And people say, what about the parents? It's the parents' responsibility to keep their kids away from this stuff. And to that I say, it's so easy to access adult content on every avenue, even with parental controls, that I honestly don't think it's possible for even the most vigilant parents to keep their kids from being exposed to it. Unless you, isolate your kids from the rest of society.
Sorry, I gotta go back one sec. I honestly don't think it's possible for even the most vigilant
parents to keep their kids from being exposed to it. Unless you, isolate your kids from the rest of society.
Personally, I was...
Which a lot of parents do. That's the conservative platform, baby. Private schools, making sure that, your kids can't access the internet. That's all to isolate them, right? I'm just saying.
Exposed to adult content when I was 8 years old at a friend's house. Adult content when I was 8 years old at a friend's house.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And it's something my parents would have never been okay with. I did not have a smartphone. They did everything they could to protect me from that sort of thing.
To put this in terms of a metaphor, access to internet pornography is like this. Imagine if you put a lemonade stand next to a middle school that was full of free, unlimited beer. No one is at the stand to check your age. You can get the free beer at any time of the day, be it 12 p.m. or 4 in the morning, and the only thing you have to do to take the beer is check a box on a clipboard that says yes when it asks you if you're 21. And sometimes you don't even have to do that. If this was the case with beer, don't you think a lot of kids, if not pretty much every kid, would have access to alcohol far before the age of consent? And
Yeah, that's a little bit too accessible for me. Yeah, I mean, man, you start to get into a complicated discussion with this. I don't know. I'd have to think more about it.
That's not even a fully accurate metaphor because adult content is much easier to access than that. That being said, it's no wonder that porn addiction is such a common...
By the way, people who are underage get beer all the time. Like, their parents give it to them. Like, I don't know, just discourage it. Like, kids don't like alcohol. They don't like the taste of it. Like, just, I don't know. I'm too drunk for this.
Subject of discussion these days. Which brings us to this video here by Gerbert Johnson. I'm not super familiar with this channel, but I believe he's a nofap/black pill YouTuber. Don't quote me on that, though. We actually aren't going to watch the video. We're just here for the comments. Looking through these, it's shocking how many people were exposed to adult material.
Let's remember that young kids are like the majority of consumers of Twitch and YouTube gaming content. That is also very true. And yeah, you just got to be really careful with popular platforms like YouTube and Twitch in general.
At 10 or younger. Actually, I believe it was every comment I read where they gave an age. This one says, I was a 9-year-old girl when I first began watching it. Looking back, I realized that I had an addiction by the age of 10. Here's another that says, I'm 28 and I was exposed to hardcore graphic stuff when I was 10. And last, even as a woman, I struggle with this. I still remember the first video that I watched at around 7 or 8 years old. There were actually a shocking number of women in this comment section. I expected it to be mostly men, but contrary to the popular counter-argument of, you have no idea what 13-year-olds have access to on the internet these days, it's actually not 13-year-olds. It's 7, 8, 9, and 10-year-olds getting access to this material, and none of the mainstream companies are doing anything to stop it. You have Pornhub here that didn't even age verify their actresses until like 3 years.
Okay, so you're advocating for more regulation on these companies. I agree, by the way.
Years ago, after massive pushback, and had to remove 80% of their content because a lot of it was illegal. Even still, in the Arden Young project...
I was like 15. I think I was like 12 or 13. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Veritas-style expose, they admitted that you could just bypass that by showing someone else's ID and then not showing your face in your videos, so I'm sure trafficking is still rampant on that website.
The most shocking thing, and honestly the first thing...
The biggest thing, though, as a parent, is understanding that not only could your kids find that kind of stuff, but it is likely that they will. It's likely that they will, okay? And so understanding that and being prepared for it is tantamount to your child's development, okay? Because it's a big world out there, and it's an uncensored world out there, and your kid is going to see that. So your parents, as a child, should be prepared to educate you about it, you know? And you should be okay with going to your parents and saying, hey, I saw this thing and I felt this way. What should I do about that? You know, if you make your kids comfortable coming to you as a parent, that is the biggest thing that you can do is make yourself available to your kids without fear. If your children fear you, you have failed as a parent. Okay. If your kid finds something like that and they fear that you're going to reprimand them for it, they're going to be fucked up, okay? And you're just letting them do that at that point. So make yourself emotionally available for your children. Explain to them what they're looking at in a way that they understand, and then give them alternatives so that they don't continue to look at it. You know what I mean? Like, just say, hey, listen, I know that you saw that thing. It's okay. It's not, you're not in trouble. But what I will say is I'm concerned. Yeah, about that? What do you mean about that? Kids should find their parents are a source of comfort. Exactly. You know, I'm just concerned for you because these things can mess with your brain, okay? And I don't want that. So I'm going to encourage you. Oh, me? Okay, got you. I'm going to encourage you to stay away from that content and to invest in other things, useful things, things that are fun, okay? Because porn, you know, like, I guess it can be fun, but I'm sorry. There are just more fun things to do. There are more productive things to do. There are more fulfilling things to do than just watching porn. Like, you can give your kids all kinds of different things to do. Give them an alternative, you know? Don't punish them. That's all I'm saying.
Thing that I recorded was Mike Farley telling me about this upload loophole where the
And demystify it,
content
yeah. Make it
reviewers
less exotic.
internally at the company find it absolutely impossible, because it is impossible, to match a face on an ID.
Guess what you're gonna do to your kid if you're like, oh, you were looking at porn? Oh, you can't look at porn. Oh, I'm banning all access from the internet from you. Guess what you just did to your kid? You know, like really think about if you're the kid in that situation. Now you've piqued their curiosity. Okay, they're gonna want to go seek it out even more. Be smart.
To a body in a video, because many videos don't contain faces at all.
And don't shame them. Exactly, Janet Brown.
So there's a lot of guesswork and, just push it through. It looks about right. Where really you don't know if someone's 14, 16, 20. Many times you can't tell. So when Mike Farley started talking about that loophole, I was shocked. And not only that, but the fact that he said it was enough of an issue to him that he sat down and recorded a meeting of him telling the executives about this loophole. And he was told to F off and shut up about it.
If you want to hate that...
What was the loophole? I completely missed it. Sorry, I got to play it one more time.
Can't tell. So when Mike Farley started talking about that loophole, I was shocked. And not only that, but the fact that he said it was enough of an issue to him that he sat down and recorded a meeting of him telling the executives about this loophole. Right now. And they were told, he was told to F off and shut up about it.
If you want to hate that website, then you can just watch the people who run it getting surprise interviewed. And yes, they admitted to wanting kids to watch the website. But it's not just the hub that's the problem. Oof. The world's most popular search engine, Google, doesn't even require you to log in before you turn Safe Search off.
By the way, I want to reiterate, this has nothing to do with drag. Drag is just dressing as the opposite gender, usually in exaggerated fashion. But you would never find issue with a 6-year-old girl wearing the same dress that the 6-year-old boy wore. I'm just saying.
Of course, there are still ways for a kid to get access to explicit material, even if they're logged in. But the whole idea is to make accessing the content as difficult as possible. This is a principle in marketing.
I wouldn't say make it as difficult as possible, although you should do that. But I think the priority should be making it as discouraging as possible. You know, make it hard, sure, but also give them alternatives. You know, like, okay, it's too hard to get into the porn website as a 14-year-old, right? It's too hard. So I might as well just play Skyrim, you know? Or I might as well just, I don't know, play a sport. You know, like make it, if you make porn this big deal, that's only going to make them want it more. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. And yeah, there's a hidden assumption that drag is sexual, which it's not. And that's kind of what he believes, is what I've gotten through this video. Project Veritas does lie a lot, but at the same time, it wouldn't be surprising if Pornhub is a bad company. Of course, Pornhub is a bad... I almost said Cornhub. I probably should say Cornhub because I have to censor the word porn. You're welcome, Dubsy. But Pornhub is, in fact, a bad company.
The more difficult it is to buy your product, the less people will consume it. It's also why politicians fight so hard to be put on the ballot.
Yeah, there are some obvious points he's bringing up that lead them, that he's trying to use to lead people into agreeing with other stupid points. Exactly.
Because while yes, you can just room it, it's also why politicians, the more difficult it is to buy your product, the less people will consume it. It's also why politicians fight so hard to be put on the ballot, because while yes, you can just write the person's name in, having to do that extra step when it comes to a population of millions makes it so you'll basically never win an election. The more you have to teach a person to make it possible to engage with you, the fewer people you'll get when it comes to large-scale groups, which in terms of what we're talking about here, it could mean that simply requiring a login before Safe Search can be deactivated could save hundreds of thousands of 7-year-olds from being exposed to adult content. Since the age to view adult content is 18, the goal is to implement a system that makes it so kids are as...
I don't think that Think Before You Sleep is a complete idiot, by the way. I think that he has some good points sometimes. I just think that his overall messaging is really stupid.
Close to that age as possible before they are first exposed to the material. Obviously, that number will never be 100%, but a person viewing adult content for the first time at 16 is not nearly as bad as seeing it for the first time at 7. With that
Agreed.
said, the protections for children against this stuff are dismal, and while plenty of people are outraged about this online, nobody is really willing to take actual steps to make it harder for kids to get access to this content. Except Utah. They signed in a law that requires
See,
ID...
I just don't like this. The Utah law requiring age verification for porn sites. But you're limiting my freedom now. Oh wait, age verification. Sorry, I thought I was reading ID laws. I'm still drinking. Sorry. Age verification is fine. Age verification, yes. I want age verification. Are you 18? Yes or no? Good. If you're requiring an ID, U.S. District Court Judge Ted Stewart did not address the group's arguments that the law unfairly discriminates against certain kinds of speech, violates the First Amendment rights of porn providers, and intrudes on the privacy of it. Yeah, you should require people to check off that, yes, I am 18. You should require that.
verification
allows Utah residents to sue adult websites for damages if they don't age verify. Many sites have decided to Oh, wait. Many sites have decided to geoblock Utah because of this, because it can be verified, easily bypassed with a VPN. I think age verification is fine. I'm fine with this law.
To access adult content in their state. Personally, I think that's a step in the right direction. However, the methods of ID verification that they proposed look like they were written by boomers and either require expensive software with dubious accuracy, or they require...
These are the proposed methods for age verification. Here we go. Validate and verify the cell phone subscriber information. Nope. Done. Already done. Nope. If I have to give you my fucking cell phone number for a porn site, nope. Nope. I disagree with that fundamentally. Use dynamic knowledge-based authentication, which uses questions based on public records to verify someone's identity. The rule specifies method. Yeah, no. This looks like you could make a fucking what's the word I'm looking for? A registry out of like people's information from porn websites. No thanks. Estimated user's age based on the data count was created. Really? Checking the last 4 digits of a user's social security number against the... No. Estimated user's age using facial analysis. No. I don't like this. Nope, never mind. I'm against the law.
Require you to reveal a ton of personal information to some of the biggest degenerates on the planet. Refer back to the Arden Young interviews for the kinds of people who run adult websites, or note that since the beginning of the internet, adult websites...
Hold on, I need to go back because I need to see if he agrees with this.
Verification. Personally, I think that's a step in the right direction. However, the methods of ID verification that they proposed look like they were written by boomers and either require expensive software with dubious accuracy,
See, I told you.
or they require you to reveal a ton of personal information to some of the biggest degenerates on the planet. Refer back to the Arden Young interviews for the kinds of people who run adult websites, or note that since the beginning of the internet, adult websites have been riddled with spyware and viruses designed to steal people's info to commit identity theft. Jeez. One of these says that you put in your social security number to age verify.
That's insane.
Are you kidding me? If you do that, then scammers are just going to design an ad that looks like the spot that you're supposed to age verify.
He is annoying, yes.
And instead of asking for the last 4 digits, they'll trick people into giving out the whole thing. The identity theft business is going to be booming.
An age verification website that handles your credentials and keeps you anonymous would be fine. I don't trust them to do that. I don't trust them. Sorry.
Not to mention that the government will probably use this...
Unless you want to socialize fucking porn, I guess. But even then, I don't like it. You click a button. Are you 18? Yes. Good. You can see porn. Fine. That's fine. Whatever.
As an excuse
to
implement a system that will connect your real-life identity to your internet use, and then that can be used to destroy anonymity and free speech. So all this is not a great plan. This is why you don't allow boomers who don't know how Wi-Fi works to make laws about the internet. Also, if you start attaching people's ID to their internet history, a lot of people will resist societal changes that protect children.
I think 18 plus checkmark is sadly the best we can do. I don't even think it's sadly. It's just a reality. Okay? We live in reality. Kids are going to see fucked up shit sometimes. Sometimes that's just going to happen. Okay? All you can do is minimize it to the greatest extent possible without limiting the freedom of freedom-loving individuals. Okay? That's all you can do. We live in reality. Kids are going to see fucked up shit. Just limit it to the best extent that you can.
Because they don't want
Without
people knowing
limiting
what
freedom.
sites they visit. So here's how we actually solve this problem. We can do ID verification for websites in person.
Disagreed. ID verification, no, I disagree.
You have to do is sell it in the form of something like a gift card at places like liquor stores. You show your ID to the store clerk, buy the card or cards for $1 each, make an account for the website, put the code in, and now you are age verified. Also,
I have to think about that. But then you're paying money for it, is my problem. But what if you didn't have to pay for it? I don't want my face or name connected. Yeah, I guess you still have to. Man, this is a tough one. What if you had a machine to do it? Like, what if you had a machine? No, because then they could just document it. You know what I mean? Like, if you had a machine do it, here's the problem. If you have a person do it, that person knows your name and face now. You know, if you have a machine do it, then they could document you without your knowledge. You know, they could catalog you. But that is an interesting idea. Money and a buddy could beer and cigarettes, buy them and give them to his friends. I'd have to think about this one. It's not the worst idea, I'll admit. It creates a step, but it still doesn't solve it. Randomized identities? I don't know. I'm going to have to do a big thonk on this one. A really big thonk. It's not the worst idea, I'll admit. I still think it's limiting your freedom. I think that you should be able to go on the internet and just look at porn. I should not have to go to a fucking liquor. What if I want to get on a kink website? You know what I mean? What if I'm a furry and I want to get on a kink website? I'm going to go to the liquor store and get a fucking access code for a kink website, you know? I feel like there's just too much to implement there. I know, I don't like it. There's too much to implement there. I just don't like it. It's too much. It's too much. It's an extra step too much.
cards are single use, so some kid can't just steal one out of his dad's wallet and pass it around at school. Plus, it being single use would limit exposure in the case that a minor does get one,
it's an
because you would only
proposal.
have access to one account on one website instead of every website, along with things.
Okay, but then every time you make a porn website, or every porn website that you want to go to, you have to have a separate ID card that you got from the fucking liquor store. You have to go up to the fucking person at the front and be like, "Yeah, here's my access card for pisshowers.com." You know? Nobody wants to do that. No, I'm sorry. I don't like it.
It's like Google search. Yes, you should have to age verify to turn off safe search and view age-restricted content on search engines. Last, single-use cards make it more difficult for porn addicts to relapse because if they revoke their ID verification or delete their accounts, they now have to drive to the store and enter codes for every website they used to use instead of being able to access adult websites instantly anytime.
This is how you know he's a normie. This is how you know he has no fun kinks or anything, because he doesn't think about these things. He just goes on Pornhub all the time and looks at big tits. And it's like, okay, that's fine if that's your thing. But now you're trying to put that on the rest of us who go to pisshowers.com. I'm just saying.
Time to have an impulse.
Or bigstinkyfeet.com.
But the whole point of this is that it's very simple, it's anonymous, and if it were implemented, the numbers of kids getting access to adult websites would plummet. Are there ways around this? Yes, but it's far better than what we have going right now, which is basically zero protection. It's time to start actually taking steps to keep children from getting access to content they shouldn't be seeing, instead of just saying it's wrong.
Or just be a good parent. Have you ever thought about that? Just be a good parent. Monitor what your kids are doing online and discourage them from going to those websites. That's all I'm saying.
On social media, and then forgetting about it. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter.
The classic bed. Wait, is this AI generated? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, I don't think it is. No, this is art. No, this is art. I can tell. I can tell. I was worried that he was starting to use AI generated imagery. Here's the thing. I think that what he's doing here, I used to make fun of what he's doing here, but I actually, with all the AI shit going around, I actually now appreciate the fact that these are just like natural images. You know what I mean? Like, it's nice. It's a nice change of pace. I'm just saying. Okay. It's not the worst video I've ever seen from Think Before You Sleep. I think that he's genuine. I don't think that he's a grifter. I do think that his views on drag are a little weird. Like, we went from, like, this always happens with Think Before You Sleep. You go from, like, drag to, like, you know, completely unrelated things. And being a woke parent, because remember, the title of the video was The Consequences of Woke Parenting. And being a woke parent does not involve letting your kids look at porn. And drag has nothing to do with that. So we segued from drag over to porn when the two are not related intrinsically. You know what I mean? So he was sexualizing porn, drag, sorry, sexualizing porn. He was sexualizing drag in this way, in an intrinsic way. But it's still, I guess it wasn't the worst video I've ever seen from him. I've certainly seen worse. Like, he does fat shaming and shit, so I'll give the W's where they're due. He had some good takes. But overall, I do think that drag is fine, even for kids, because all it means is, like, dressing up in clothes of the opposite gender. Just don't sexualize it. Vet everybody that goes to these shows, and don't post it on the fucking internet, and then I'm fine. You know, that's it. That's it. Just protect the kids. That's it. And yeah, he never concludes his main thesis either. Good point. Is this a segment? It was a segment, Tina, but now it's not. I'm about to end stream. Who's live? It was fun, though. Shark! Sharky's live. All right, y'all. This was fun. Thank you all very much for being here. I won't be censored. Thank you. It's funny. Thank you guys very much for being here. I had a great time. I had a fun stream. It was an interesting debate, to be sure. It will be uploaded soon enough. Let us know if Redeem Zoomer hit you back. Oh, yeah. Let me check real quick before I end. He has not gotten back to me yet, but I will let you guys know for sure. If you join my Discord, which you can find in the YouTube description, for some reason the bot's broken right now, but you can find it in the YouTube description. I will let you guys know if Redeem Zoomer gets back to me, and I will let you know if we set up a debate. You can discover that on my Discord, which you can find in the YouTube description. But thank you guys so much for being here. I love you all. And I had a great time. I had a fun time. I'm glad that I decided to stream today. I was very close to not streaming because I was just feeling not too good earlier. But I think that wore off for the most part. So part of me wants to keep going, actually. But I know I got to stop. I'm starting to get a little loopy. Thanks again for being here. Go enjoy Shark. Get out of here, crazy kids. I'll be back on Tuesday. I'll be back on Tuesday for y'all. Have a great night, everybody. Have a great weekend. See you later.